Playing all your go-to jams. Feel the breeze on 93.9 FM.
Driving round, windows down, warm breeze and a soulful sound. I got my mind made up about where I wanna be. Can't nobody take my home from me. There is no place like home. Saying goodbyes how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. Palm trees sway both night and day. Paradise is the only way. I got my mind made up about where I wanna be. Can't nobody take my home from me. There is no place like home. Saying goodbyes how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. And I will never leave you. And I will never forget. No, no, yeah. I will always take you wherever I go, so that everyone can know. There is no place like home. Saying goodbyes how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. There is no place like home. Saying goodbyes how gone. And I'm proud of where I'm from. Yeah, there's no place like home. There is no place like home. Saying goodbyes how gone. Saying goodbyes how gone.
Here's another classic hit on Breeze 93.9.
When you wake up in the morning, you hear the work bell ring, and I'm marching through the table. You see the same old thing, ain't no fool up on the table. And the folk up in the bottom, and you better not complain, boy. Get in trouble with the mountain. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me.
Uli die sombranzelten meg et zu ite saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo mu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Gilug tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi toru ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Conchai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it. You somehow stepped into my life, and you bring sunshine to my eyes. You make my life worth living for, and you make me hold on to my dreams once more. You, my friend, make me hope again. You, my friend, give me strength that'll never end. And I know that you are feeling the way I do. Do believe in me, for I believe in you, and together we will see it.
Good morning, Guam. Right on Friday. Woohoo! Business. Woohoo. Good morning. Morning. Good morning, Jason.
Good morning.
Looking sharp today, my man.
Thank you.
Right on.
What,
Hi,
this whole thing?
Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
Lady in red. It's Friday, guys.
Is sitting across from me.
It's 6:19.
6 feet.
6 feet.
There's nobody here in between us because social distance.
Hey, good morning. Doreen Pareda comments in, looking extra sharp. The Link team. What? Good morning. It's Friday.
And Joe Sir is wearing Joe, can you please flip the camera around on your? He's wearing at least 3 name brands that I.
That's
can
like
see.
Massimo, right? Looks like Massimo.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day outside, guys.
And
Good
let's
morning.
keep it that way.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. Wow. Oh, yeah. Ay. Good morning. This is The Link. I'm Chris. It's brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. What? Nice socks, Jay.
No, thank you.
Is that Ed Hart? It looks like Ed Hardy or something.
No, not Ed Hardy.
Oh.
I don't wear Ed Hardy. I left my Von Dutch hat at home, and these are okay. I'm a big wrestling fan, as you may or may not know. That's the ultimate. I should say Defunto, the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, see, Defunto, Ultimate Warrior.
The Ultimate Warrior was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame and passed away the next day after finally amending like a very long-standing dispute with wrestling. But
Right on.
long live Ultimate Warrior.
There you go. 6:20. It's Friday, September 10th. On the link. Here's who's coming up on the show. There's this program that was highly touted, stood up by Governor Leon Guerrero, and it's a paramedic program because we don't have paramedics on Guam. But apparently, the whole thing is now in jeopardy as we've had. There's a few dozen firefighters who signed up for this program with the belief that they were going to become paramedics at the end of it. But now the whole thing's in jeopardy. And we'll get the whole story for you coming up this morning. Lillian Posadas, hospital administrator. The hospitalizations, guys, they just continue to climb. The numbers, oh, God, from last night. Crazy. We're getting Dr. Ann Pobutsky. You guys ready for Dr. Ann this morning? She has got the data, and she's going to tell us who's spreading the COVID. And it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing because one of the groups that's really spreading the COVID around is 20 to 29-year-old Chamorros. Yep, many unvaccinated.
And she has said this many times. And other
Ay,
people
my
have said,
Chamorros. God.
this thing, it's not a dedido problem. It's not a you went to a particular
This is not a
church
monkfolk problem, okay?
It's not a poor people problem. It's not a, you didn't go to a fancy school problem. This is a everybody problem.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. Yeah, so she's coming on. Then Major Anton Uggan, 12 positives. Right, Bree?
In prison.
What was that? Oh, yeah.
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 Good morning, Bree.
Good morning.
We're just kind of dealing, guys. It's been
Wait,
a
12,
real...
12 positive inmates or corrections officers or
Inmates.
No.
inmates?
Detainees.
Okay. Detainees. Okay.
We'll get the story in the news.
But we all know what happened last year.
Yeah, there was an outbreak, right? Yeah,
But
so...
the good thing is with DOC, they have the ability, they do their testing.
Yeah.
They're able to test. So when, a arrestee detainee comes in, they are able to test them before they go in.
Right.
Speaking
Jay?
of that, could I just add to something? If you guys did not see our live stream of our friend Mary Rhodes, the president of the Guam Hotel and Restaurant Association yesterday, she actually had a very incredibly information-packed presentation on what the very near future is going to hold as far as organizations being able to self-test. They played videos of the little test kits of the card, how you actually use it and everything. She broke down, what it means, what organizations are going to have to do, and how.
Ray, was this something that was already approved by
Yeah.
Public Health?
Well, she said she's been working with the private clinics and public health.
Okay.
But if you guys want to see something that it's very very captive viewing, I would say, and great job by Marion in like breaking it all down. Then she had a lengthy Q&A session where she addressed like a lot of concerns.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot that happened yesterday, guys. Let's just go ahead and we'll get right into it. Well, there's a lot of... You want to do the news?
Sure.
Yeah? Or you want to chit-chat first?
Let's do the news.
Let's do the news. There's plenty of time to chit-chat it up, guys, because let me tell you. Oh, my God, Becky. Oh, my God. Oh, boy.
Oh my God, Benefrasha.
Yeah. Oh, Lana Despacio fan at the Noshu, the Bonifacio said, hey.
Were you channeling Senor Mix-a-Lot or what?
Yeah, that was...
Yeah, Daisy
Let me
Becky.
just tell you, bro. Yesterday, well, okay, the last 48 hours has been, let's just say, a roller coaster ride.
That's exactly the word I was thinking of.
Yeah, to use a very appropriate cliche.
And this isn't one of those like old timey, the wooden, the very easy going. I mean, this is some Space Mountain stuff.
Yeah, this is like going up and then all the way down and then up again and then sideways, left, right, all around, upside down. Yeah, it's just been crazy.
Six Flags.
From we're gonna have face to face and send your kids out there in the COVID blizzard to, oh my God, what was I thinking to send your kids out there in the COVID? Yeah, we're gonna talk about it coming up, and then there's also The governor's lost another one of her high-level medical advisors. That's all coming up here at 6:25. Facebook Live, we're going to get to you guys. Good morning. Morning. Also,
Shout out Alaska.
Also on Friday, we do Feed Me Fridays and the One Micronesia podcast. Dave Delgado is Sports Link with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani, good morning.
Good everybody. The island marked its 155th COVID-related fatality, according to the Joint Information Center. The patient was a 54-year-old vaccinated man with multiple underlying health conditions who tested positive upon arrival. He passed away September 8th at GMH. A total of 76 people are hospitalized, 7 receiving ICU level of care, 2 are on a ventilator. Out of the 76 patients, 44 are reported unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 3 patients at Naval Hospital and 1 at GRMC are unavailable, and 29 that are hospitalized are vaccinated. Public health reports that out of 1,197 tests conducted yesterday, 215 returned positive. To date, there have been a total of 12,034 officially reported cases of COVID, with 155 deaths. 2,550 cases are active and in isolation. More than 9,300 recovered. The CAR score is 43.1. The Guam Department of Education also reporting 4 employees tested positive. They were identified at D.L. Perez Elementary, Finagayan Elementary, Estumbo Middle School, and Ukadu High. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Wednesday's all-time high of COVID positives has prompted the governor to back away from her plans to return our island school children to in-person learning.
By 7 o'clock Wednesday night, the word was out and all over social media. Based on a meeting with the governor that afternoon, she would be allowing the return of face-to-face instruction starting next Monday. Some were all in about the proposed directive. St. Anthony Principal Robert Crisostomo.
I'm ready to open Monday.
Others not so much. Former head of the governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Win.
I have no words for it.
Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Augustine confirmed last night that the governor planned to sign an executive order today to allow for in-person learning to resume as early as Monday, September 13th for schools that are prepared to do so. An hour after issuing that statement to KUAM, the Joint Information Center issued the latest numbers reporting the island's 154th COVID-related fatality and a staggering 325 COVID-positive cases. Guam Education Board Chair Mark Mendiola on The Link this morning.
I don't know what has changed from the time that they shut school to where we're currently at. I know what has changed really. It's the numbers that are being reported.
Adelup today held another meeting with education leaders. Paco San Augustine this afternoon issued another statement, quote, based on the latest report of positive cases from last night and a high preliminary case count tracking for this evening, in-person learning will remain suspended on strong recommendation from the Surgeon Cell and DPHSS. On Twitter this afternoon, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez tweeted that he knows it's getting confusing, but here's an update. The governor is considering reopening of schools, but not immediately. GDOE will be hosting a Zoom public session with the governor and her healthcare team on Saturday, 9/11, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon.
In a press release late Thursday afternoon, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez stated that the return of their students to in-person instruction is a priority, but only when it is safe to do so. He added that they need the assurance of the governor and her healthcare team that the community situation is under control. Parents and stakeholders are invited to participate in Saturday's virtual input session. The Zoom link is on your screen and is posted on our website. The session is from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Up to 500 people are able to join the Zoom meeting. All others are welcome to view the live stream on GDOE's Facebook page. Guam Education Board Chairperson Mark Mendiola states that our stakeholders need to hear directly from the governor's advisors so they can be fully informed and aware of the risks associated with returning students to their classroom. The governor will be losing another of her top medical advisors. Here's more with Chris Barnett.
I'm going to be very clear here
Another one bites the dust. Hot off the heels of former Physicians Advisory Group Chair Dr. Hoa Wen's controversial resignation, another one of Governor Lulian Guerrero's top pandemic medical advisors is calling it quits. Public health spokesperson Janela Carrera confirms Dr. Felix Cabrera will be leaving his position as Public Health's Chief Medical Officer. Cabrera will continue to perform clinical duties at the Northern Public Health until September 17th. After that, he'll take an unpaid extended leave of absence as Chief Medical Officer due to personal health reasons. Carrera could not say how long Cabrera's leave of absence would be, but she did say if Public Health needs to fill Cabrera's position, they will. Cabrera is the second of the governor's high-level medical advisors to leave his post. Former PAG chair Dr. Hoa Wen resigned in late August, citing his disagreement with the governor's restrictions on the unvaccinated and political interference. Dr. Cabrera was hired by Public Health in January with a 2-year employment contract for $268,000 a year. He was also a member of the PAG and invented the COVID Area Risk Score. The CAR score accounts for the incidence of new cases, how well current testing identifies these cases, and the rate of spread. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
12 detainees confined at the Department of Corrections have tested positive for COVID-19. The detainees were confined between August 26th and September 8th. According to DOC spokesperson Major Anton Ugin, 9 detainees were housed together and 3 were brought in by the Guam Police Department. The positive detainees have been moved to a designated quarantine facility in Manila and are under medical observation. To date, 181 or 91% of DOC personnel have been vaccinated, as well as 586 prisoners. As of today, Ugin says none of their staff has tested positive for COVID-19. Guam Attorney General Levin Camacho has filed a Friends of the Court brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in a Puerto Rico lawsuit on the denial of certain federal aid programs to the territories. According to a news release, Camacho was joined by a coalition of 18 other attorney generals in urging the High Court to reject the exclusion of Guam and other territories from the Supplemental Security Income Program. Camacho argues that it's irrational because the CNMI is eligible for SSI. He adds that the exclusion also harms some of the neediest Americans. The Puerto Rico case is very similar to a case won last June by Guam resident Katrina Scholar. She was denied SSI when she moved to Guam from Pennsylvania. Her attorney Ronnie Jacob explains.
Katrina was unable to care for herself because of her disability, and chose to come live with her loving sister and brother-in-law. And when she did, the United States terminated her SSI benefits because they considered Guam to be outside of the United States.
In her ruling in favor of Katrina's case, Guam Chief District Court Judge Francis Hidinko Gatewood wrote, quote, "The court finds that the discriminatory provisions of the SSI statute and any related implementing regulations that discriminate on the basis of status as a resident of Guam violate the Constitution and Organic Act's quarantine of equal protection," end quote. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
It's supposed to help people infected with COVID from being hospitalized, but as I reported on Wednesday, GMH used up its last dose of Regencov. Acting Administrator William Kando confirmed that an order of 600 doses had been placed to replenish their supply. He adds that what might have contributed to the shortage was a batch that was received and sent from the feds. Kando said the shipping temperature control of 48 doses of Regenco is in question. The doses are still in the hospital's pharmacy. Kando says the manufacturer, Regeneron, is conducting stability studies prior to giving them a determination of its status. As for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, they are expecting a new shipment of Regencov today. Public Health PIO Janela Carrera said that while they are waiting for the new shipment, patients who have been referred for the treatment have been put on a waiting list. COVID vaccination clinics are being held today at the OG Calvo Fieldhouse from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and at the Northern Region Community Health Center in Dededo from 1 p.m. to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As for testing sites, you can still go to the Old Teason Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon and be ready to wait. He faced up to a year, but Assistant Attorney General Dennis Lee argued for 8 months of incarceration for George Chambers. In the end, he was sentenced to 30 days in jail for committing pandemic unemployment assistance or PUA fraud by falsifying records. Chambers was the first PUA fraud-related case to go to trial. Upon release, he must serve a 2-year probation term and pay $1,000 to the court. From the nation's capital, Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo announces that the Department of Economic Activity, or EDA, is awarding a $1.3 million grant in CARES money to GITA to improve commercial infrastructure to support job creation and economic resiliency in the agribusiness sector. According to a media release, the project will help renovate green markets in Mangilaw and Agate by replacing roofing, installing plumbing and other utilities, and construction of a new facility in Sinohanya to create new economic opportunities and jobs. Congressman Michael San Nicolas reacts, saying, quote, as we continue to see concrete benefits of federal relief coming to Guam, we are especially pleased to see these reaching directly into our villages, strengthening our local vendor opportunities and making recovery realized at the grassroots level. President Biden will outline the national surge in coronavirus cases, unveiling a 6-point plan to combat the latest phase of the pandemic. Getting more people vaccinated is expected to be a big part of that plan. Skylar Henry reports.
President Biden has signed an executive order requiring all federal workers be vaccinated as part of his new strategy to combat the coronavirus.
We know that increasing vaccinations will stop the spread of the pandemic, will get the pandemic under control, will return people to normal life. That's what our objective is.
In addition to increasing vaccination rates, the plan he's announcing today includes more protections for vaccinated Americans, increased testing and masking requirements, improving care for people with the virus, protecting the economic recovery, and keeping schools safely open.
We have more work to do, and we are still at war with the virus and with the Delta variant.
President Biden isn't expected to issue a mandate requiring all Americans to be vaccinated, but the White House is encouraging businesses and local governments to take that step. The Los Angeles School Board is expected to vote on a new measure today requiring students 12 and older be vaccinated in order to attend in-person classes.
That's why there isn't measles and mumps and rubella in our schools, because we vaccinate and we require it. It's a mandate. This is a mandate to save lives.
Nationwide, available data shows more than 252,000 children tested positive in the last week, accounting for more than a quarter of all new cases. But some parents are protesting against school mandates.
It's a violation against this nation.
And lawsuits challenging the safety measures are reaching the courts.
I don't know why the masks have politics around it.
A judge in Florida recently ruled Governor Ron DeSantis cannot block schools from requiring students to wear masks. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
And just a reminder that PEBT payments will be uploaded on September 11th. That's tomorrow. The first payment is $422.41. With your sports link now, here is Dave Delgado.
On the show, Ayana Regis, who attends Cardinal Newman High School out in South Carolina. You're on the cheer team for high school, and you're also on the cheer team for your club team, where you guys have had a lot of success. So let's talk about first off, making it onto your high school team as a freshman.
That was actually pretty exciting. I feel like it's a really big part of my high school career, and it'll help me get into college better. We won state 3 years in a row, and we're very competitive. But this year the team is smaller, but that still won't stop us from winning. And I feel like this year is going to be really great with my team that I have.
Competing in the Worlds for cheer, it was an invite-only competition for the highest levels in cheer, 3 to 7. Worlds were for 6 and 7. Your level 6, how you're able to contribute to your team with your skill set?
You have to really work hard to manage your skills, and you have to actually attend practice, because I feel like if you don't attend, then you can't contribute to the team. And that's just a really big part of being on a team. You have to attend and work hard.
You've played 2 seasons now with your AAU team. You were averaging 15 points a game this season. And you're looking to try out for the high school basketball team. For this short period of time that you have taken on basketball, really gotten better throughout the 2 past seasons.
I feel like my chances are like in the middle because I worked really hard and I'm still continuing to work really hard. So if I just keep that up, then I'm pretty sure I can make it. And with my with being able with being coachable, I feel like that really that really helps a lot.
Being an honor roll student and enrolled in honors classes, so how important is school to you, and why do you take so much pride in the way you do for sports and academics?
I take school very seriously because if you don't have a C or higher, then you just can't play, which really sucks. And also you need to maintain grades to get into college, and I really want to play like college sports, so I'm really working hard on my grades, and it's really like nice being on like a honor roll and stuff.
AJ Regis, playing football out stateside, junior. Let's talk about the switch to your new school, Cardinal Newman, and a little bit about the football program there.
Cardinal Newman is a Catholic school, and the switch was it was pretty easy. They were very welcoming. It was like in the springtime, so we was just basically like working out, and I get to bond with the team and whatever. And then they really treated me like a good asset, like a good athlete, and then they really, really care about me.
So far, within 2 games played this year, you already have 324 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, longest run of the season, 90 yards.
The 90-yard run, it was just basically good blocking, and I just read it off of them, and then using my speed. We was just like, the coaches, they like know I'm kind of fast, so they wanted me to go to the outside and then break it down from there. So that run, it was just a good team effort.
Are you currently getting looked at by some college scouts, and are you in conversations with hopefully taking your talents to the next level?
I went to a couple of camps this year. I talked to the running back coach at USC, University of South Carolina. They said they'll be looking at me throughout the season, and then I'm also getting looked at Benedict, which is also a college. It's a small college in South Carolina, and that's basically it. I didn't go to like a bunch of college camps. I went to more of like technical camps that, to get my skills up.
Well, helping you get your skills up to par are your coaches, and man, your coaching staff definitely have a lot of experience playing both at the collegiate and a professional level.
The energy that they bring to the table is perfect. Like my head coach, my offensive coordinator, he actually took me to one of the camps that he used to go to. Like he went to Middle Tennessee, which is a D1 school in Tennessee, and he brought my friend and I down to there just to get looked at the head coach. This other coach, he played linebacker and quarterback throughout his D1 career, and he played linebacker for the Miami Dolphins. He's a great coach. And then our running back coach, he used to coach for the running backs at Clemson University. So my coaches have the knowledge and the skills to bring me to the next level, in my opinion.
MMA fighter J.J. Ambrose scheduled to step back into action in Cage Warriors 130 on October 17th in San Diego. You last fought in 2019. How excited are you just to be back in the cage fighting again?
And it's really awesome. Because the last couple of years, we've had a lot of downtime, obviously, with the pandemic going on. Unfortunately, it's opened up. So I'm just really excited to get back into the cage, but also to showcase everything that we're working on the last couple of years.
Physically, you've always stayed active. Any concern of cage rust?
No, I was thinking about it. I've been fighting since I was about 15 years old. I had my boxing match. So, over half of my life has been spent in the ring, competition, or in the cage, some competition or whatever. So as far as ring rust goes, I just don't think that's an issue anymore. As long as I'm physically in shape, I know what to do when I get in there.
Your opponent, Kyle Driscoll, is 12-3 on a 7-fight win streak. How has camp been preparing for your opponent?
Camp's been really good. Fortunately, you know, I got a lot of featherweights in the gym, so dealing with that speed and that, you know, it's just a different fighting style. I think every weight class has their thing. You know, heavyweights obviously pack a lot. Those guys are pretty big for me. You know, I've been fighting at welterweight for the last years, but going back down to lightweight was kind of where my body actually. And the guy I'm fighting is kind of going up a weight class. So I think it's going to be nice to be the bigger man in the ring for once.
A lot has changed as far as improvements to your game. Do you feel the time is now to make that run and hopefully climb the ladder to eventually get a title shot in a fight organization?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, ultimately the goal is to get signed with the UFC. You know, I'm 34 years old. I mean, how much longer do I really have? I mean, I feel like I'm in peak condition and getting better and better. So until I slow down, I'm going to keep plugging away until I get signed.
Will you be continuing your fight camp stateside before fight night?
You know, I really like the situation that I have here on Guam. This gym is absolutely made for fight camps. I got this giant cage right next to me. I got my whole team here. I got my wife and kids here. And, you know, my meal prep service, Guam, everything's kind of laid out. So, I mean, really, I just want to leave like about 10 days out so that I can get acclimated to the time zone. And also, I haven't been touched by the cold in a while, and it's, you know, it's winter in the States.
Invicta FC fighter Brogan Walker-Sanchez home after picking up a win over Emily King via submission. You went back to your old stomping grounds for some final training this time around.
Having to be out there to help my mom and my family through something. So I was there at the beginning of the summer. As you know, my other occupation is I'm a teacher. So it just kind of worked out where I was there at the beginning of the summer. I was training, like you said, in my old stomping grounds. And then they called me after about a month of training to see if I wanted to fight in August. So I just had to shuffle some things around and I made it happen.
Well, getting back in the win column, how good was it to not only come out with the win, but also get the finish?
Every pre-fight interview, they ask if I want to get the finish. If I want, of course, you know, you want that finish. We don't get paid by the minute or by the hour, so it really doesn't matter how much time you spend in there as long as you get the job done. And for me, it was more important for it to just not go to the judges this time. And, you know, a finish is a way to definitively do that. So I'm glad that I was able to do it. Like I said, I was chasing after it for a long time. I knew I could do it. And with all of the training that I've had recently, it was almost, it was real surreal, like getting in there and making it happen.
Well, let's talk about the new fight name. You go out there and you perform. Did you feel a new type of energy in that cage?
There was a whole evolution going on behind the scenes, like after coming off of 2 losses, you know, dealing with it in a healthy way, you know, was my main focus. You know, you can either let those things like bog you down, or you can help that can like spring you forward. So, you know, mentally I just had to get into a space where I wasn't just getting the normal level up like I do from experience. I was really like breaking down the foundation, and I came back completely new, like as far as my skill set, my wrestling, I was so confident with, whereas before that was like a big missing link in my being a well-rounded martial artist. But just spending so much time with like real, like I said, professional wrestlers, all they do is wrestle. They don't do MMA, you know. And learning the game that way helped me to be more confident with tying everything together. You know that I'm confident with my striking, and I'm confident on the ground as well. I don't feel like I've ever really been tested there. So, like I said, getting that wrestling in, that missing link, just made me a lot more confident in tying everything together. was easy for me to go in and make the decisions that I had to make because I wasn't worried about, what if she gets me in this position? What if she gets me in this position? I had really taken time to visualize and think it all out.
All right, of course, that was our buddy Dave Delgado, the hardest working man in sports, as Chris always says. Very, very well-deserved title. And, of course, SportsLink is brought to you each and every Friday by Cure Alkaline Water. Thank you for Cure for your sponsorship of the segment, as well as Mariana Irrigation. Go check them out. They've got very, very good, fine products. They're going to serve you well. They work as hard as their products, our friends over at Mariana's Irrigation. Guys?
Thank you, Jay. 6:50. Good morning. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link and a little sneak peek of the latest episode of Sean Gubitato's podcast next on this Friday morning.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
KUAM TV has been on the air for 65 years. 65 years of growing, changing, and adapting to the needs of our local community. 65 years of making you smile, laugh, and cheer, and being there for you in times of tears and heartbreak, and learning to heal together. We've kept you on the edge of your seats, been a trusted source for you to turn to, weathered many storms together, and celebrated life's big moments. And now at 65, we celebrate all the firsts we brought you over the years and all the firsts that lie ahead as our world changes. KUAM TV, celebrating 65 years of firsts on Guam.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable, as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
When we're together, my mind starts to flow away. I can't wait till tomorrow.
Hey, it's Friday morning. Yes.
Starts a brand new day.
September 10th. Good morning. Morning, Jay.
It is, of course, the day before the darkest day in American history, the 20th anniversary now of the terrorist attacks on September 11th, 2001.
Now we got more on that coming up with Sean Gumatauto. We kind of wanted to go over the timeline of events of the last 48 hours. It's pretty crazy. So, Bree, can you kind of go back? Because you had a great story in the news, by the way. How did this all happen? Did it started with a sit-down meeting that different representatives from the different schools had with the governor herself, right?
Right. Wednesday afternoon, the governor had a meeting with GDOE first, and then she had a meeting with the private schools and the charter schools. And from what we understand, they discussed the possibility of reopening the schools starting Monday. Those that were prepared to could go ahead and do so.
Yeah.
And so after that meeting, what happened the last time? People started posting on social media. The emails went out from the school administrators to their employees. Mm-hmm. And by, I want to say, 6 or 7 o'clock, we had heard about it and just started being flooded with all kinds of posts and everything. And then by maybe 7:30-ish, 6:30-ish, Crystal
Paco San Augustine, the communications director for the Office of the Governor.
Right. Yeah. She issued the statement. She said, "I'm sure you probably already heard." And I was like, "Yeah." And then she told me, yes, there was a meeting, and the governor plans on signing an executive order tomorrow to allow for the return of face-to-face or in-person instruction on Monday for those schools that are ready to do so.
Right.
So then...
Can we just hold on right there? So basically, these school representatives met with the governor, and we're not talking about, your average Joe or Josefa Cruz off the street. We're talking about like educated people. So they sat down with the governor, and the governor was able to convince them that she fully intended to allow for the return of face-to-face on Monday, or else these schools wouldn't go out and notify their students, their parents. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You meet with the governor. She's the governor. If she says something, it's pretty much a done deal. And the statement we got from Adelup was also pretty much that, we're going to sign this thing tomorrow. And then the results came out, the 300-something positives.
Right, and I believe the death.
And the death.
Right.
2 deaths that night, yeah.
So 325 positives on Wednesday night.
Yeah, and so that's announced Wednesday night. And I know some of you guys are wondering, did the governor make this decision about the schools? And then the JIC came out, and it was like, oh, my God. But they're privy to this information. I mean, way earlier than us. It's not like they get the JIC the same time we do. They get that stuff they know. You know what I mean? And we only know this because yesterday, what they had said when they came out and reversed the call was that they were looking at a high preliminary case count for last night. So, and then we had 300 positives on
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, but it's not like we had one positive the night before. We've been having
Triple digit
positives. And the governor called off face-to-face learning because she said that she was concerned about the safety of our kids. And I think why this was such a mind-boggling decision was that nothing changed. Nothing changed since she suspended the face-to-face learning. It actually it's worse than when she called it off. And so, of course, when we had these schools on, they were totally under the impression. And again, we're talking about these school administrators. They don't move by themselves. When they move, their entire student population is moving with them. You know, their staff, their teachers. So when they send out an email saying, hey, we met with the governor and we're going to start face-to-face on Monday, then they're doing that because they had a meeting with the governor. It's not like they had a meeting with Crystal, Pacos, and Augustine or, you know, someone else, the janitor down at Adelup. They had a meeting with the governor herself. And so what I had heard is that they had went ahead and made the decision, and they told the people in this meeting that the reason why we're allowing for this, even with a high case count, is because there's no evidence of transmission at the school level. But again, you just go back to why she called off face-to-face in the first place. Nothing had changed, right? So if there was no evidence of transmission at the school level when she called it off, the reasoning was that it was so widespread in the community that it was a risk to our kids, right? And all I'm saying is, like, I don't know if they just don't understand that we're all along for the ride. I mean, I got kids in school. Sabrina got kids in school. Joser's got kids in school. You guys have kids in school. And we're on this pandemic, and so we really tune in and wait for information. Like, information is so crucial to all of us, right? And we know there are issues with Adelup's communication. And we also know that these schools aren't going to go and put out announcements recklessly, right? They're not just going to go and be like, oh, maybe they said, yeah, maybe we're going to do it. Because, again, they know that, hey, parents, you got to get ready. Administrators, staff, we got to stand up and return to face Wednesday. And then yesterday, what was the timeline for yesterday, Bree? Because that was when we saw the 180.
It was maybe around 2 or something.
2-ish, yeah.
Yeah, I was in training all day. So yeah, around 2, Crystal sent out the message that based on the latest report of positive cases from Wednesday night and the high preliminary case count that they were tracking for last night, that in-person learning was going to remain suspended on strong recommendation from the Surgeon Cell and the Department of Public Health. So that was that. And then later on Twitter, John Fernandez, the superintendent, had posted about this virtual input session that is scheduled for Saturday, tomorrow, at 10 a.m., and the governor and her healthcare team are going to be participating.
And he even prefaced that tweet, Bree, if I may, and he goes, guys, I know this is really confusing, but,
yeah.
And paraphrasing him, the governor is still planning considering a return to school at some point, just not immediately, and then we'll break it down in tomorro's.
Yeah, that's just kind of funny though when you have the superintendent of education saying, "Yeah, this is confusing." I mean, even he's confused.
Mm-hmm. But then the press release came out from GDOE, and Mark Mendiola, John Fernandez, they were wanting the governor to explain, like, what is basically, the plan. What are we going to do to control community spread?
That. They wanted her to explain also, like, what was the logic. Like Mark Mendiola, when we had him on, he was like, "Say, make it make sense to us. What changed since you suspended face-to-face?"
Okay. So tomorrow, you can listen in. We've got the Zoom link. 500 people can participate in the meeting. But you can also watch the live stream on GDOE's Facebook page.
And we're going to share that too, so it'll be on our page as well.
Right on.
Yeah.
Let's take a call real quick before we go over to Sean. Sir, you're calling about the car score?
Yeah, sir. The thing is, sir, the thing is, Chris, we're already, she's sitting on $660 million. And all these people that are coming up positive, how do we know they're staying home? And say they put them in the isolation facility, right? Say they put them in the isolation facility. How do we know that place is secured? What if they're leaving, right? How many isolation facility we have? Didn't they downsize? Didn't they downsize? So doesn't that mean that we're doing something wrong here? That the people that are infected are still going around out there because there's no enforcement. They don't have 300 ankle monitors that they're giving it to everybody that's infected. No, they're still going out and about. So we need to. The car score's at 40. What are we doing?
43.1.
When is it going to stop? How many lives are we going to lose? And they say economic stability. We're gonna keep people moving and people going around. We're gonna keep the airport open. People coming in and for economic stability. Sir. When is it gonna be enough, man? And all these kids, right? Didn't GW at one point have double session getting off at 5:00? They're lacking teachers. Why don't we waive the requirement for teachers and we have people that were on the temporary status as teachers come back in and help the teachers? We don't have enough of them. We need to make more than one cohort. We need to do something here. We're doing the same thing and expecting different results. It's insanity.
Sir, what do you think should be done?
Huh?
What do you think should be done?
That's what I just said. They need to stop people coming in here for economic stability. She's sitting on $660 million. That money can be used to open up that other ISOFAC at Outrigger and have all these people go online and register in there that are positive to be able to stay in that facility where it's controlled, because I don't know where all these people are going. Whether they're vaccinated or unvaccinated, you can get it. So whether you're showing your card at Jack in the Box, you're gonna hey, go ahead and dine in if you want. But last I checked, you still can get it. So I don't know, but the airport, the airport's still open. We're still allowing people to come in, and there's a 5-day period. I don't know if they're supposedly supposed to stay home. Oh, but that's the problem. We would have never gotten here if we didn't get complacent, eh? It would have never gotten this bad. Pandemic of the unvaccinated. So my kids are part of the problem. If anything, the unvaccinated is more vulnerable. Dale, Amzu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
That's people are definitely frustrated out there, and he's right, man. You guys are just moving around too much. Obviously, these numbers, they're just not coming down. It's crazy. It's insane, like you said. So the protocol for the isolation facility, they have one at Bayview. So if you're an incoming traveler and you don't have a negative test or you're not fully vaccinated, then you quarantine at the Dusit. But what I'm hearing is it's a low census at the Dusit, but they do have a lot of people at the isolation facility at the Bayview. And it is, guarded per se. You're not supposed to leave there. And then they also use that. So if you come into Guam and you test positive, you go immediately to the isolation facility. If you test positive, and here's where it gets kind of muddy. So if you test positive and you're contacted by public health, because they're supposed to be contacting all the positives, and you say, man, I stay with my mom and we only have one bathroom and it's a little apartment. They're supposed to say, okay, you can come stay in the isolation facility, right? So that's the intent of it. So, the guy's right. If you guys are positive and you're in a situation where, and this is what's happening, is we're seeing it in the household being spread, then if public health didn't call you, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to reach out to them and call one of these 30 numbers that everyone complains no one ever answers. 708. Let's go in with Sean. Good morning, Sean Gumatau. How are you, my friend?
Man, for a Friday, you guys are pretty fired up.
Yeah, it's, What is that?
I think that's a reflection of the community.
It is what it is. People are just...
Yeah, absolutely.
I think they just need to be reassured or even talked to by, the governor. It's frustrating when you hear about all these, meetings, and opportunities that people have to kind of just ask her, why are you doing this, or what's your reasoning? I think the public needs those.
For me, I just know, what are we going to do? What is the plan?
Because it just seems like the plan is to sit back and try and survive these triple-digit positives and these, the spike in hospitalizations, because she's done nothing. There's been no other additional restrictions. There's been no modification of the existing restrictions. We're in 2 weeks of this cool down, the suspension of face-to-face. Zero results. Zero. It's worse. So clearly this is not working.
Right there,
Clearly.
you said it wasn't so much zero, but yes, there was you started to see such an explosion of cases. And Chris, I think that for the community, because I'm going to listen in tomorrow. I have a kid in public school. I plan to be listening on Facebook or Zoom if I'm able to get on. I'm very curious on the way forward for our public schools. Obviously, as we were talking in the break, it's going to have a trickle-down effect to those in private schools. So you're right that there's a chance for this to happen. And I, as it was reflecting on kind of in just a couple minutes, you're talking about this kind of tactically, this whole thing with schools. I was kind of flashing back to times when I was working in government, and we kind of held the line until we were able to know and be certain, and then put it out.
Right.
There's no harm in, and there's plenty of transparency when you put it out. That you don't need to know every single step of the way, because then what happens is if there's a pivot in another direction, then then there's that idea that, hey, the communications was a bit garbled. Think about this as a storm. There's a lot of times in the planning effort, we didn't have everyone in the room, only because if something changes within minutes or seconds and minutes, maybe a half an hour, then all of a sudden, hey, what's going on? But really, there's a need for government planners to be able to say, here's what we see, take in the information, make the decision, and hold on until you have to do it, and then go. There's a lot of COVID fatigue happening right now. I think you see it in the community. Everyone's frustrated with what's happening. So the best we can do is not rush, hold the line, and then put the information out. That's going to have to be the mode for a while. I mean, I think people are just waiting to go back to school and work and all that good stuff. But we need to be a little bit more, just hold as hard as we can, and then let it go.
Yeah.
Right now, the president, we mentioned it earlier in the newscast that he was going to be outlining the national surge in coronavirus, unveiling a 6-point plan to combat the latest phase of the pandemic. He's actually live right now. If we could go ahead and just pull this up and just listen in for a bit. Okay, yeah. So a big part of the president's plan, which we're anticipated to hear about, is the move to get more people vaccinated. And so, again, that is a big part of the president's plan, and we're going to go to it live now.
All. And I've signed another executive order that will require federal contractors to do the same. If you want to work with the federal government and do business with us, to your patients. You may be the one person who can get someone to change their mind about being vaccinated. Tonight, I'm asking each of you to reach out to your unvaccinated patients over the next 2 weeks and make a personal appeal to them to get the shot. America needs your personal involvement in this critical effort. My message to unvaccinated Americans is this: what more is there to wait for? What more do you need to see? We've made vaccinations free, safe, and convenient. The vaccine has FDA approval. Over 200 million Americans have gotten at least one shot. We've been patient, but our patience is wearing thin, and your refusal has cost all of us. So please do the right thing. But just don't take it from me. Listen to the voices of unvaccinated Americans who are lying in hospital beds, taking their final breath saying, if only I'd gotten vaccinated. If only. It's a tragedy. Please don't let it become yours. Second piece of my plan is continuing to protect the vaccinated. For the vast majority of you who have gotten vaccinated, I understand your anger at those who haven't gotten vaccinated. I understand the anxiety about getting a breakthrough case. But as the science makes clear, if you're fully vaccinated, you're highly protected from severe illness. even if you get COVID-19. In fact, recent data indicates there is only one confirmed positive case per 5,000 fully vaccinated Americans per day. You're as safe as possible, and we're doing everything we can to keep it that way. Keep it that way. Keep you safe. That's where boosters come in. The shots that give you even more protection than after your second shot. Now, I know there's been some confusion about boosters, so let me be clear. Last month, our top government doctors announced an initial plan for booster shots for vaccinated Americans. They believe that the booster is likely to provide the highest level of protection yet. Of course, the decision of which booster shots to give, when to start them, and who will give them will be left completely to the scientists at the FDA and the Centers for Disease Control. But while we wait, we've done our part. We bought enough booster shots, and the distribution system is ready to administer them. As soon as they are authorized, those eligible will be able to get a booster right away in tens of thousands of sites across the country for most Americans at your nearby drugstore and for free. The third piece of my plan is keeping, and maybe the most important, is keeping our children safe and our schools open. For any parent, it doesn't matter how low the risk of any illness or accident is when it comes to your child or grandchild. Trust me, I know. So, let me speak to you directly. Let me speak to you directly to help ease some of your worries. It comes down to two separate categories. Children ages 12 and older who are eligible for a vaccine now, and children ages 11 and under who are not yet eligible. The safest thing for your child 12 and older is to get them vaccinated. They get vaccinated for a lot of things. That's it, get them vaccinated. As with adults, almost all the serious COVID-19 cases we're seeing among adolescents are in unvaccinated 12 to 17-year-olds, an age group that lags behind in vaccination rates. So parents, please get your teenager vaccinated. What about children under the age of 12 who can't get vaccinated yet? Well, the best way for a parent to protect their child under the age of 12 starts at home. Every parent, every teen sibling, every caregiver around them should be vaccinated. Children have 4 times higher chance of getting hospitalized if they live in a state with low vaccination rates rather than states with high vaccination rates. Now, if you're a parent of a young child, you're wondering when will it be the vaccine available for them? I strongly support independent scientific review for vaccine uses for children under 12. We can't take shortcuts with that scientific work. But I've made it clear I will do everything within my power to support the FDA with any resource it needs to continue to do this as safely and as quickly as possible. And our nation's top doctors are committed to keeping the public at large updated on the process so parents can plan. Now to the schools. We know that if schools follow the science and implement the safety measures like testing, masking, adequate ventilation systems, which we provided the money for, social distancing, and vaccinations, then children can be safe from COVID-19 in schools. Today, about 90% of school staffs and teachers are vaccinated. We should get that to 100%. My administration has already required teachers at the schools run by the Defense Department, because I have the authority as president of the federal system, the Defense Department and the Interior Department, to get vaccinated. That's authority I possess. Tonight I'm announcing that will require all of nearly 300,000 educators in the federal paid program, Head Start program, must be vaccinated as well to protect your youngest, our youngest, most precious Americans, and give parents the comfort. And tonight, I'm calling on all governors to require vaccination for all teachers and staff. Some already have done so. We need more to step up. Vaccination requirements in schools are nothing new. They work.
All right, starting to lose the connection there, but that was obviously President Joe Biden with a breaking news special report from NBC News right here on the link, Jay.
Yeah, very, very interesting delivery too. Basically pleading with the American people and the nationwide constituency to say, please go out and get vaccinated if you do in fact qualify. That's a wide swath of the president's countrymen. He was also saying, making a mandated vaccination for all federal employees. He then talked about the booster shot program that he's rolling out. We put the link in our comment stream right now. So if you guys would like to review the president's plan, and we highly encourage you to do so because, of course, as a U.S. territory, that directly filters down to us. And then he was just talking about also...
Well, there's a
right,
mandate.
It's a six-pronged comprehensive national strategy that employs the same science-based approach that was used to successfully combat previous variants of COVID-19 earlier this year. The six-point plan includes vaccinating the unvaccinated, further protecting the vaccinated, keeping schools safely open, increasing testing and requiring masking, protecting our economic recovery, improving care for those with COVID-19. So we provided the link. It's at whitehouse.gov. The plan is available there. We just are breaking it now because he's speaking, obviously.
And as you heard the president right before we cut out of that and came back to live, he was actually saying he's also imploring governors throughout the union, which would include us by association, to require vaccination for teachers and people
staff.
in the education sector.
Right.
Yeah, and
so
staff.
he's requiring vaccinations for all federal workers and for millions of contractors that do business with the federal government, requiring vaccinations for over 17 million healthcare workers at Medicare and Medicaid participating hospitals and other healthcare settings. He's calling on large entertainment venues to require proof of vaccination or testing for entry, requiring employers to provide paid time off to get vaccinated, providing easy access to booster shots for all eligible Americans. Wow, there's just a whole lot here. Again, you can read it at whitehouse.gov, and we're going to go through it as well.
Yep. 721 now. That's it. That's all podcast. Sean Gumatau. Jay's got a great little episode.
Yeah, so then Sean, you can break this down because, quite literally, these are your perspectives, your memories in your own words of, and you were with us as part of the KUM family when the absolutely, terrible events of 9/11 happened and everything like that. So overall, what does your podcast cover when, you're looking back at those events?
Right. And I know we're crunched for time. So it all kind of starts with where you're sitting right now. On September 11, 2001, I was sitting right where Sabrina, Chris, Jason, getting from my house in Antigua to the newsroom or to the station to tell the people of Guam that America was under attack. It was 20 years. It's just bottom line, Jason, for our community and those who are listening is never forget. It's an important anniversary for all of us to remember.
All right, we're going to play this clip from the That's It, That's All podcast with Sean Gumatau.
Reflecting on the events, it seemed like it was just yesterday. It was late in the evening on September 11th, 2001. I was wrapping up some work in my little duplex in Antigua when I glanced at the television just after the first plane hit the World Trade Center. I was astonished. I couldn't believe that a whole plane got so off course and hit a building in New York City. My astonishment evaporated minutes in when I watched the second plane hit the Trade Center. I was shocked. My newsman instinct then kicked in. I kissed my wife and my two girls at the time and ran out the door toward the Pacific Telestations Inc. KUAM studios in Harmon. I joined the news team in 1996 as a sports reporter. I moved to the news desk in 1999. All my news instincts were in overdrive. All
right, there's just a little snippet, Sean. Much more with that episode, I'm sure.
And that's actually live now, right, Sean, on YouTube?
That's right. So you can see it on YouTube. You can get it on the platforms of Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, Amazon Music. It's also on the iHeartRadio app. And don't forget Pandora as well. And again, good response to the podcast so far. And it is a part of the KYM Podcast Network. And again, we're very happy to be a part of it.
And
Thank you, Sean.
Even though technically, Sean, you're not on the payroll anymore, we're always happy to have you a part of our family.
Don't give him any ideas, Jay.
It's KYM family will always be there forever. So thank you guys for all that you do. And I hope that as everyone's listening, that this is an important service to everyone. And I hope that when you're calling in and you guys are sharing your stories with everyone in the community, that you guys remember that this platform is the way to get out to the people. And guys, keep up the good work as usual. Have a great morning.
You too, Sean. Have a good weekend. Good morning. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we just got a release from the Guam Police Department regarding the two men that were wanted in connection to a shooting that occurred last month along Tranquilo Court here in Harmon. And so they have arrested one of the individuals that was wanted in connection to that case for questioning, 27-year-old Jensen Devils. He was one of two men sought for questioning. That shooting took place on August 18th. Again, that was in Harmon. They arrested him as well as 42-year-old Wakatani Leander. They both were transported to GPD headquarters. Devils was arrested for attempted murder, aggravated assault, reckless conduct, conspiracy, illegal transfer of a firearm, unlawful discharge of a firearm, resisting arrest, obliteration of firearm identification number. Again, he was booked and confined. As for Leander, he was arrested for hindering apprehension.
And this is the shooting that...
over here in Harmon, right across from Juan M. Guerrero,
Right.
Tranquilo Court.
Okay. And this is just from social media reports, what we had heard was this was the shooting that involved the former PXC fighter.
Yes, that was not released by GPD, but
right,
yes.
yeah. So it's Baby Joe, as everyone knows. Anyway, 7:26. We're going to take a quick break. We're coming back, and we're talking paramedic problems with the Guam Fire Department next on The Link.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Hey, good morning. Morning, guys. It's Friday. Yep. With everything that's going on, though, it really seems like we're just in one long Monday since last year. We did have some comments. Frame Lonnie Tyron comments in. Something needs to be done. Governor, I hope you have a meeting today and implement something Monday. Restaurants bring it down to 50% capacity. Remember, the Guam Hotel Restaurant Association, the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce, and the regular Chamber of Commerce put out a call to their member organizations to kind of just dial back capacity on their own. And then given the social distancing mandate and also the mandate on the restrictions of the unvaccinated, it's kind of brought down the capacities already. So I don't know if that's what Adeloop's thinking, that, it's pretty dead out there already. I'm not sure. Rosemary comments in, science pointed out that fully vaccinated can help keep people out of hospitals, but also they can contract and transmit the virus. Once 80% herd immunity was reached, the governor forgot the science and opened the island, removed the quarantine, opened schools 100%, and then waited too long to put proper mandates in place weeks after positive numbers were climbing. All I hear now is Public Health and Adeloop are still in the planning stages of getting on top of the spread. Wow. Rosemary, 100% facts. Love that. Let's head into the Zoom room now. We're going to first start, because we know 9/11's tomorrow in the Guam Fire Department, along with the Rotary Club. Chief, which Assistant Chief Darren Burrier here? Which Rotary Club, Chief?
It's the Northern Rotary Club.
Right on.
And the Rotary Club in Northern Guam, as far as my understanding is, they every year we do a salute, a solemn salute and memorial laying of the wreaths at the Two Lovers League 9/11 memorial that they had established. So at 8:15, we have similar units and other participants that are going to be gathering at the Dededo Fire Station, along with the Guam Hogs, from what I understand, are going to be also participating in the parade. And we're going to be parading from the Dededo Fire Station to Two Lovers Leap Memorial, where we will be waiting until 9/11, the time of 9/11. And that's when we'll be sounding sirens up there and doing a solemn salute in line of the wreaths for 9/11 Memorial. All of our fire stations at the same time at 0846, the time the first plane hit the first tower, they will be positioning themselves in the front of each station, where they will sound a siren and do a solemn salute for that commemoration of the 9/11.
Jay, we're carrying this, right?
Yeah, so we are actually very honored to work with the Rotary Club of Northern Guam and the Guam Fire Department, several military officials, the Guam Police Department, for tomorrow's ceremony that's going to be carried live. We're going to carry it for you right here on Facebook starting at 8:30 in the morning. And Chief, we're very, very honored to be able to participate in this with you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Before we get into the next part of this interview with Assistant Fire Chief Darren Burrier and Firefighter Angel Ilagas, we're going to go ahead and play this. Bree, is this like a YouTube video?
It's one of those, specially produced videos that Adeloop posts.
So this is one of Adeloop's greatest hits. It's sorry. So they do a lot of videos. We know they do the videos. This is one of the videos they did, and it's about this. And this was something that I want to say they kind of laid the groundwork for this during the Calvo Tenorio administration, and the governor kind of jumped on it in her administration. And it's a program to license paramedics locally. And so we're just going to go ahead and play this video, and then we'll tell you all about the situation that's thrown this entire program into jeopardy next.
Clean your socks just like with an IV. Aseptic technique. Made it out.
If every fireman becomes, or EMT becomes a paramedic, that's going to be just a great advance in the care and treatment of our people out there in the community.
School of EMS is the accredited paramedic program, and we're partnering with GCC to use the facilities and the equipment to do the hands-on training.
When I became governor, that was the first thing that I said to Dan, even when I interviewed him. What are your plans for bringing paramedics to our island? And now here we are, halfway through. And it is a nationally accredited EMS program. When we graduate our people here, they are going to be at the same level as any other paramedics in the United States.
Spoiler alert, guys. It didn't really work out so well. As we have, again, Assistant Fire Chief Darren Burrier and Firefighter Angel Ilagas. So this program was put into place. And let me just kind of run through this timeline of this, Chief, and you could correct me if I'm wrong so that we can just jump into where we're at right now. But this program was basically stood up with an off-island, basically...
School of EMS.
Right, School of EMS. And it's part online and then part in person where these instructors come out and they do, the clinicals and all the other stuff that you need to do in person to become a paramedic, obviously, because you don't want to, do a full online with the paramedics. And this School of EMS, they're nationwide, right? And they're accredited by this body that certifies paramedics nationally. And so this Guam program is an extension of the School of EMS, but the Guam program, and only the Guam program's accreditation, basically has been stripped. So what we have happening right now is we had dozens of firefighters sign up for this to become paramedics. And now, as we near the completion of this program, with the accreditation being pulled, they're not going to be nationally certified paramedics anymore, which is just crazy, Chief, first of all, because I know how hard the guys worked on this program. And I mean, and we're talking about working through COVID as well, right? So I'm pretty sure this was just kind of a shock for you guys. And if you could maybe just go into a little bit of the details as to why the accreditation was pulled and what we're going to do moving forward.
Just kind of like making a clear understanding is the national certification, there really isn't any national certification that allows paramedics to be able to practice anywhere in the nation. The idea of national was the organization, a private organization called the National Registry of EMTs, that provides a test that basically evaluates the results of the course as far as the student. The student goes through an accredited program that follows the paramedic national educational standards that are set forth by Department of Transportation. And that's what the School of EMS does. They provide that training in accordance to that program, and they are a fully accredited institute that follows the requirements and the guidelines of the accreditation body, which is called KHEP, which is a accreditation body for allied health professionals. In that sense, then what it is, when they finish that course, they would be in a KHEP. NRMT has that agreement with KHEP to allow paramedics that complete that course to be able to sit for a National Registry of EMT exam, which is basically a nationally formatted test that measures their cognitive and practical skills and says that they meet that minimum requirement and be able to actually practice. Then with that, they can go and apply at the local state office of EMS for licensure to practice within that state. the only way of able to recognize their license to be recognized in other states would be to be involved with the EMS Compact. It's the interstate for licensure for EMS professionals. And so as an office of EMS, the EMS administrator would be involved with that group and be able to develop relationships with other states to have that compact of licensure and have them be able to have that portability going from one state to another without having to worry about not being accepted. So going back to how this course started, School of EMS is an accredited institute. They teach throughout the nation, and also they're having a course currently in England that is KHEP recognized. This course started out as a KHEP accredited and approved course as a alternate site for School of EMS. Then basically fasting forward from May of 2020 at the start of the course to February of this year, KHEP then made a reversal of their accreditation for this particular site.
Right.
Reasons being are kind of muddled in our view, but School of EMS is going and doing a legal challenge on that, and they do believe they'll win because in accordance to everything that they've shown us, they followed all the rules and all the guidelines that were set forth by KHEP. And so whatever inner politics that they have going on in order to solve this problem, that's for them to deal with.
Right.
But the education is going on and following the same accreditation format and guidelines.
Yeah. It is a little confusing, right, Chief? Because the KHEP and this is the accrediting body, because they pulled the accreditation of the Guam program. Now all the firefighters who are in it aren't going to get that national recognition from that body, that private entity that certifies paramedics nationally, right? And I guess we'll just go right over to Angel. So I know when you signed up for this program, that was probably one of the main things that you were anticipating, was that when you completed this program, because it was fully accredited, that you were going to graduate as a nationally certified and recognized paramedic and get that badass gold patch that comes with it, right?
That is correct. I'm not the only one. There's actually 23 other individuals are expecting to have that badge of honor.
Right. And so I'm pretty sure you were shocked when you found out that the situation changed.
Yes, we found about it just about the second live week when they came out and they started explaining to us what was going on. So after they heard about it, the students started getting bummed out and were kind of upset and depressed at the same time, but mainly upset.
Right. And so Chief, when this information came out, were there more firefighters in the program? And when the announcement was made that, hey, guys, we're not going to get that national certification that you signed up for, did a lot of people just say, okay, I quit, I don't want to do this anymore?
I don't think anybody really quit because of that direct issue. They dropped out because of personal constraints that prevented them from being able to give all the attention they needed. Because when we had people that were getting deployed militarily, people that had some personal issues, family issues that they had to take care of. It is a challenging course. It's not an easy course. The amount of time it takes on top of the COVID responses and how much they're working, they have to be commended for what they're doing.
Yeah.
But even without that gold patch, the education they're receiving is invaluable. Their ability to make proper assessments have already improved. Their ability to recognize more in detail and understanding of what's going on with the patient is already there. The end game and what everybody's striving for is that we still get them licensed locally as paramedics, and having them test, because when they finish the course, the idea is to have them test with NREMT, who has agreed to allow that. And then that way they would get a pass or fail and become licensed locally as a paramedic. With that option, once the School of EMS and they win their fight against KHEP and get it recognized, then we can have that option availability to where NRMT can recognize these guys, and then when they do the recertification as a paramedic, they can then be able to get their reciprocity as a national registry certified EMT.
But that's if School of EMS wins the whatever court case or challenge with KHEP, right?
That is true. School of MS is pretty confident they'll win it. It just takes time, and we are, hoping that they will win it because for the benefit of our guys, that the gold patch is, not every state follows National Registry for their paramedics, but it is something to have on your shoulder. That gold patch to be recognized. It's a status symbol amongst paramedics that you've achieved something. Because not everybody gets it. I mean, other states, they don't even pursue the National Registry because their own state has levels of paramedic that are higher than what National Registry is doing it. So they get their education and then get licensed within the state.
You mentioned the licensure. This is done by with the Guam EMS Commission?
Yes, the Office of EMS, the EMS Administrator, and the EMS Commission, they all oversee the licensing rules and regulations for the EMS professionals.
Is there
EMT, advanced EMT, and paramedic?
Right. So there is already, I guess they're able to do this licensure at Guam EMS. There's rules, regulations, all
for
of
the
that.
paramedic level.
Yeah. Well, for the paramedic level, it's a little muddled. We thought that the law was properly in place, and the law was redone back in 2011. But we now, under the guidance of the Attorney General's office, we see that there is some legal issues that we need to detail a little bit better as far as how the education is being carried out, and then how the licensure will be handled. It's basically, it's a little too vague in the law. We thought it was proper, but now we're making it a little bit more detailed to where it will leave no question as far as how a paramedic becomes a paramedic on Guam, and then how the EMS Commission and the EMS Administrator can license that paramedic on Guam, because EMT and advanced EMT is a little easier to get to because the skills are not as advanced as the paramedic, and the paramedic is actually the first level of allied health professional in the EMS level. So they want to make sure that all the legal details are there, protecting everybody that's in place.
Okay,
so it sounds like you got two problems. Licensure locally, that you can't really do that right now because you need to clean up the law. And then you have the accreditation issue, but our EMT is like, okay, you can go ahead and take our test, but sorry, we don't really have the ability to do the licensure.
Right.
Because we got
Which
problems
is a
with
pretty
our local
big,
law.
It's a pretty big sorry.
So you're not even getting a patch. What are you getting? You're just going through these guys. Angel, you're going through this class and what?
So pretty much like what, Chief?
I was just saying that the patch is a benefit. The end result of this course is to get licensed paramedics on Guam.
But we can't get any licensed paramedics on Guam because
the law.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're working on now. We have a little subgroup that we're working on, and then working to change the statute and working with the commission in order to be able to accommodate and clear the path legally for all this to happen. And we have a lot of players in place that are getting this. The education is continuing on. We're moving towards the clinical rotations at the hospital. And then after that, it would be the next phase, which would be the ride-alongs on our units for them to do skills. And then from there, we should be really getting set to where we have that path for them to get licensed on Guam, because the course is coming to an end. The course is still a national level course. That it's being instructed at an accredited level from an accredited organization. The end result of the course is to have that level of education, be able to be licensed paramedics on Guam. The NRMT is just a body that says you passed our test.
I get it. I get it, Chief. But the whole point of the program, according to the video, was that at the end of the day, they're going to be nationally certified and recognized. So let me ask you, Angel, because this kind of reminds me, I was trying to search for an analogy, but it reminds me of we're all going to, let's say, for example, high school, and we're all studying hard, and we know that at the end of this, I'm going to get my high school diploma, and but then something happens and they say, oh, instead of a high school diploma, we're just going to give you a piece of paper,
certificate of
like
completion?
a GED or something. Yeah. a certificate of completion. So, Angel, I mean, how's that make you feel? You jump through all these hoops. You responded to COVID out here. You know what I mean? During this pandemic, you worked hard. You're in this program. You're not getting paid for it. At the end of the day, it was to become a nationally certified and licensed paramedic. Now you're going to go take this test that every other person who wants to become a nationally or licensed paramedic takes, but after you take it, if you pass, you're not going to get that certification. That's just sounds like a bum deal.
Yes, it is. That does sound like a bum deal. And like, along with myself, the 23 other individuals are pretty upset about it. But, you know, this, the most we can do is actually just drive on and finish the course. However, like you were mentioning, we don't get the NRMT certification, but like Chief Boy was mentioning, NRMT is a private organization that offers the chance to take a test and get nationally recognized, saying that we're trained up to this level. Yeah. And that training is based on Department of Transportation, National Highway Safety Administration, National Education EMS standards and stuff like that. So that's what we're learning. It is pretty depressing and disappointing that we're not going to get the badge of honor, but I mean, a lot of us are really upset about it, but you know, we just got to finish the course for right now.
Chief, is there a timeline on this? So basically what we need to do to kind of salvage this is that, first of all, unless the School of EMS successfully wins their challenge against the accrediting body, we don't know if they're going to be grandfathered in at a later date, right? So what we need to do is they go take this test. If they pass, we put them before the EMS board here on Guam. But you need to do that legislative fix, right? So what are we looking at? Are we thinking like 3 months, 6 months?
Yeah, we're looking at the proper pathways that we need to do, and we have a committee that is working on that law specifically. We're meeting every week. We're processing and comparing and looking at other laws in the state. So we're hoping to get something solid to bring to the commission for the next meeting that we have towards the end of this month. And then that way, if we can, and the commission has pretty broad powers as far as being able to implement and provide allowances for certain actions. So we're waiting, and as we get this together, talking to the attorney from the AG's office that guides us and how we can move forward. If the commission can give permissions for certain things now, knowing that the statute is in the process, we're also working in conjunction with the governor's office, who's ready and standing by for this rewrites in order to facilitate the movement of this as fast as we can. So we're hoping to get everything done within the next few months, if not in the next couple of months, to get this thing. It's just that it's hard to put a timeline on it, right, that we are expediting it as fast as possible.
I wanted to know, can you kind of clarify the reversal of the accreditation, the KHEP, and you said the reasons were muddled. Can you kind of tell us what exactly were the reasons?
The exact reasons, I mean, it revolved around, my understanding is with KHEP, and they had halfway through the course, as I said, they turned around and they changed their bylaws on how they do this stuff. And based on their change, they said that, oh, we no longer will recognize this alternate site, that they had already approved this alternate site originally, and it shouldn't have been a retroactive pull of this site. Well, our understanding is that's where their School of EMS's legal action is moving towards, is that they have all this, plus they had the new guidelines that they had posted on their website. And with all that information, they have a very strong case to say that, you know, it is an unfair designation of this course that they had already approved. So having that all in the law, having that and their legal fight is where we're at. And it's just kind of not understanding why they did this change midstream. And I can't even speak to that because I don't know all the details with that part.
Can you just clarify, did you say there was no national certification for paramedics?
No, the National Registry the only recognition that the National Registry is providing is that this paramedic just like we have our EMTs are nationally registered, the AEMTs are nationally registered. That designation says that these guys, the people who have that patch, passed a national standardized test and met the national EMS educational standards for that level. Now, there's some states that recognize that test.
44, right?
That. Well, there's quite a few states. There's like 16 states that do not recognize national registry, and they have their own way of giving licensure and testing. And if you have the education, like in this case, the individuals getting paramedic, they would have to go to any other state, even with the national registry. They go to any other state, they can apply as a paramedic, but when they apply for licensure to operate within that state would then take a look at their transcripts, see how they were trained, and then give them the option of possibly sitting for a state exam in order to give them that license or whatever exam that they have. But because of the fact that School BMS is providing in its the credential type of course, the curriculum and the transcripts could be recognized, and so they wouldn't have to go through a whole course. It's just that in some states that recognize national registry certification as their licensure, they could go in there and then whatever conditions else they get that license locally, it might make it easier. The only body that would have the ability to, where the agreement between state to state to allow that transfer of licensure would be the EMS Compact Commission.
Chief,
that group.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking because it says here National Registered Paramedics, and I wasn't sure.
I mean, it's a tough position to be in because
there's a national registry.
Yeah, that was the whole point of it, right?
Yeah. So it's a registry of paramedics because it's a registry of individuals who took their test, and then they follow within that organization every 2 years when they recertify. They track all the CEUs, and that's what we do with our guys. All of our continuing education programs, the hours that they need to meet to be able to recertify, and that actually provides the information in the for the license agency that recognizes that they to accept their trainings and that they met the requirements to get relicensed in the state.
Well, Angel, let me ask you. Sorry, Chief. Before we let you go, though, is it good enough for you and the 20-some firefighters who were left? Because I know that kind of the whole point, and I get what you're saying, Chief, that they're still going to receive the equivalent of, a national standard. But, I mean, Angel, I'm sure the whole point for you and a lot of the guys that signed up for this was to get on that registry, right? So at the end of the day, local licensure without the national recognition, is it going to be worth it for you guys?
Well, the majority of them, they don't think it's worth it because they want to have that national registry status. I mean, that's the end goal and everything else. But I would dare say 98% of them would want that national registry pat and stuff like that, and certification as well. So that was the whole premise to this whole thing about taking this program.
Because that gives you that portability, right? To go from another, like go to California or whatever, and be recognized as a paramedic.
Yes, but but Chief Burt was mentioning, that's the thing they call reciprocity, that you would have to actually still meet the requirements based over in what state you're going to go to. Yeah. So if you go there, you still have to apply for it, and they look at your application and check all your education and stuff like that. And once they do that, they allow you to take their state tests or local tests, and if you pass that, then you can actually practice in that state.
Right.
Yeah, that's with or without the NREMT certification. They still are going to require that.
Well, but will the law? You guys are working on it. The law currently doesn't require this NREMT certification for paramedics, right? Is that something you guys are looking to do? Because aren't our EMTs currently, aren't they supposed to have by law this NREMT certification?
That by law, the way we're set up is with EMS office is that they're using the NREMT as their testing facility, basically their testing site. So if in order to be licensed locally, if you pass the NREMT EMT exam or the NREMT advanced EMT exam, and you then can apply with that credentialing and for licensure to practice on Guam. And that's how we operate right now. So that's where the paramedic level has to have the adjustment, because the National Registry credentialing won't be available for this one. So we have to have an avenue for the credentialing of these students after the course is completed, for them to be able to take a test that will give them the credentialing to be recognized and accepted as a licensure for Guam.
So just so I'm clear, to be an EMT currently, you have to have that NREMT. You have to pass this NREMT test, right?
Right. So that's the credentialing, the saying that you've met the minimum requirements. So now, you took a course that was authorized. You met the minimum requirements because it's credentialed through that standardized national test that NRMT provide. And then
so what we're going to ask the legislature to do is to remove this NREMT requirement for paramedics because of all the problems going on with the program?
Yeah, well, see, not just that. It's about recognizing how the education of the paramedic will be done. We don't want to just say no more NRMT. We want to clarify that the training will follow in accordance to whatever KHEP has as a requirement and guidelines, standards and guidelines for the curriculum of a program. So we could actually have like GCC or UOG, whoever's going to put on the program, can actually, as long as they follow all those same guidelines, they do the education in accordance to an accredited institute, then all we have to do is then develop or have an alternate site that does a standardized test. That would be allow us to have a moving forward position in order to do that, to have that happen. So the whole idea here is, because of the dilemma, NRMT basically, as a private entity, got together with KHED, okay, we won't let anybody take our paramedic test unless they take a course that you recognize at a college. And for a lot of states, that became a lot more restrictive. Just like here, it's becoming restrictive because it's not any, the accreditation from this body, even though GC is KHEP accredited for nursing, they don't have the KHEP accreditation for paramedic as of yet. So the whole issue would be to allow that training to happen at that level and to be recognized. We just have to have that nationally standardized testing in order to be credentialed.
I got it. Thank you, Chief. Sounds like there's going to be some developments that we need to follow with this whole issue. Angel, thank you. I'm
Good
sorry.
luck, Angel.
Sorry, man. Sounds like
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right on.
Well, I'd just like to part with the end thing is, yes, I would love to have all these guys get the National Registry paramedic patch. I mean, I would have loved to have gotten that in my time. I was in the first group of EMTs that got the advanced training and that started the ALS units. And we cannot continue going on with the ALS as the way it is because they're advanced EMTs, but we do extra skills and duties beyond the advanced EMT. So in order to sustain it and continue it, we need to develop our paramedic to be able to the proper terminology, the proper title, and everything that they need to have. It's just that where we are right now, we need to bring it up to where it needs to be in order to continue it and give that care to the people. So even though the guys are bummed that they're not going to get the paramedic patch at the end of this course, they've got a course that tuition for this course, I mean, it's a free course. We have it 100% covered for them. At the end of it, they're going to have the skills and knowledge to be able to give better care to the people of Guam.
Thank you, Chief.
And that's the best takeaway.
Thank you, Angel.
Thank you.
Good close there. It's 8 o'clock, guys. Let's jump on over to KUAM TV right now. 103 KUAM TV. Buenas, buenas, whoa, Friday. I'm Chris.
I'm Jason. Good morning, everybody.
I'm Sabrina.
Hi, Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Our 8 o'clock news is just moments away. We're also going in with the director of Rev and Tax, Daphne Shimizu. We'll catch up on the All Rise and a little bit on the advanced child tax credit. Dr. Ann Pobutsky, data. She's got all kinds of information about who's spreading the COVID, who's getting the COVID during this surge here. It's Friday, September 10th. Let's go ahead and head into the Zoom room with our hospital update for this morning. We have Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas. Good morning, Lillian.
Good morning. Buenas Guam.
Let's go ahead and get right into it.
Friday.
Happy Friday. Well, hopefully it turns out better. But what is our COVID census right now at the...
We're still blessed.
Right.
Yeah.
GMH.
We have 40 individuals in the house with the COVID diagnosis. 3 of them are in the ICU level of care. Of the 3, 1 is on a ventilator support. We have 1 individual in the progressive care unit, which is the level between telemetry and ICU. 20 of these COVID individuals still require cardiac monitoring, which is the telemetry unit. 14 of them are in the regular medical surgical unit, and we have 2 female individuals in the postpartum OB ward. So we have 40, total of 40. Of these 40 individuals, 22 of them are unvaccinated. In the ICU, of the 3, 1 of them is unvaccinated, and that is the individual on ventilator support. So, you know, as you can see again, the numbers are showing in terms of being unvaccinated and the acuity and severity of the illness if you're unvaccinated. So I'm just highlighting that point. You know, please, again, get vaccinated so that we can hopefully minimize the acuity and severity of your condition if you do get the COVID infection.
What are we seeing?
That's where we are.
What are we seeing at the ER level?
We are seeing also children, pediatric cases. We are seeing, you know, a combination of vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. Depending on their condition, they can be released. They are released home. Or depending on their oxygen level, they get admitted. So, you know, it's a mixture. It's ongoing.
Did you say 3 in the ICU were vaccinated?
What was that? I didn't hear your question, Bree.
3 in the ICU. Did you say they were vaccinated patients?
1 of them is not vaccinated. The other 2 are vaccinated.
Okay.
And the one who is not vaccinated is on the ventilator support.
Right. Lillian, was GMH the recording party for the 155th death that was reported yesterday?
That was the 54-year-old individual, correct?
Yes.
Right. That was here at GMH. I don't remember the details because that was on September 8th. So it was on Wednesday that was reported. I don't remember the details other than the individual was 54 years old.
I think 54 years old, multiple underlying comorbidities, and fully vaccinated.
Okay, I need to go back and make sure that is to confirm that.
Yeah. Well, I
Has
think
there
it was in the
been
JIC.
Yeah,
right?
it was.
in the JIC.
Has there been any
It was in
other
the JIC.
COVID-related fatalities?
What was the question?
Oh, have there been any other COVID-related fatalities other than the one that was reported regarding the 54-year-old man?
I don't have any report as of this morning of any COVID-related death. I was out yesterday, so let me go back into my reports from the nursing supervisor if there was any recent one that the JIC hasn't been able to put out yet. Because sometimes it gets delayed, just confirming and making sure that, you know, the families are notified, public health is notified, and that's why sometimes the report out of JIC gets delayed. So let me backtrack on it, and then I'm using my phone, and that's where I get all my information. And I don't want to lose the connection talking to you all. So, you know, I can text it to you if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Any update on Regen Cove?
We're waiting for a supply. We requested, as what Mr. Kando reported yesterday, 600 doses. The shipment hasn't arrived. We don't know when it will arrive. So right now we don't have any Regencov. We do have the dual monoclonal antibodies, which is the bamlanivimab and the etesevimab. That's the combination. And so we have that in place. We're just waiting now for the clinicians to approve the protocol. And so I believe that because I signed off on the protocol, so I'm trying to find out where it's at right now as of yesterday. But I know I signed the protocol.
Lillian, can you confirm if that the monoclonal antibody treatment we have, is that the one that's less effective against the variants?
Which one was that again?
The antibody treatments that we have, are those the ones that are less effective against the variants? Because I know they said that Regenco it worked against like the Delta and.
Correct, but remember the bamlanivimab was taken off. It was put on pause when it was being administered by itself. Now it's combined. It's a bamlanivimab and etesevimab, and so the combination of those two monoclonal antibodies have been more effective. But by itself, bamlanivimab has not been effective since the Delta variant started. So that's why they put a pause on the bamlanivimab.
How are we doing with the staff? Have we had any COVID infections with the staff, Lillian?
Yes, unfortunately we have. For the month of August alone, we had like about 16 of our staff with COVID positive results. This week alone, we've had like about 7 of our staff with COVID infection. A variety of the areas, the departments, dietary, laboratory, security, and I think radiology. So, it's just, it's happening. The
Lillian,
exposure is happening.
Yeah, so how does that affect your staffing levels?
Well, it affects our staffing, especially if, the employees, when we discover it, that they were here at work. And so the exposure, so our infection control and employee health team, they right away start the contact tracing. And so we quarantine those who have had close exposure to the staff if they were on duty. And fortunately, some of them were off duty. And so the minimum, the exposure amongst the team, of coworkers is minimal. But still, there are some that were at work when we discovered that they converted to a COVID positive test result.
Lillian, just to go back to confirm, you said 16 infections in the month of August. And did you say 8 this week?
7 this week. 7 this week. Oh, so, maybe either 7 or 8, one of those.
That's a pretty wow. That's 16
yeah,
plus.
For 1 week. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, just tracking from August, and we're only in the second week of September, so that means that you've had nearly 25 staff infections.
Right. Correct.
And how many?
It's concerning.
How many of them caught COVID at work? From exposure at work?
I don't have the exact number. One of them was, you know how some patients need close monitoring, and we call them sitters and watchers. And so one of them was sitting and watching one of the patients up at the SNF. And so that's where the contact was.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry, SNF? I thought SNF was COVID-free.
Yes, it is COVID-free. It's supposed to be COVID-free, but when it does happen, that patient gets transferred over. So we try and keep it as COVID-free, but we are monitoring patients and staff twice a week. And so when the results come back, that's when we move them over. So unfortunately, that's what happened with that one patient that was exposed to one staff who was exposed to a patient who converted.
Do you guys do your own contact tracing?
Our infection control nurse and our employee health team, we do the contact tracing amongst our staff, yes.
So 7 this week.
7 or 8.
Right, 7
yeah.
or 8. So they're isolated. What does that mean? How many are staff are on quarantine then?
I don't have the exact number because it depends on the exposure of the staff, if they were here on duty or that they were off. If they were off for several days, then that means there was no exposure in the hospital.
Well,
So is it presenting a problem, Lillian, with the amount of staff that you have on hand, given that you've got positives and, assumedly
we have others-
close contacts quarantine?
Right, but we also have staff who are willing and who are committed to then continue working. They're working extra hours. So, everybody's stepping up to the plate and stepping up to their, responsibility to help out and put in extra hours to cover where we need them to cover.
Well, our prayers are definitely with the hospital staff, Lillian. That's pretty alarming, and
It is. And, but, we have to continue the fight. We have to stay the course.
The risks, right? Sorry, I did want to go back to SNF. Now that you mentioned there was that one patient that was positive, and you had the sitter or the worker sitting watching that patient also positive. Have you had to do anything, change anything at SNF? I mean, because we all know that this is really contagious. Any other patients or any other workers exposed?
And that's why we're testing them twice a week. Not just weekly, but now twice a week. We're testing everybody. All patients, all staff, and whoever else enters the facility.
When did that happen?
It's twice a week is what we've increased our testing and monitoring and, again, the contact tracing. We removed that patient immediately, brought the patient over to the acute site, and we continue to monitor twice a week with the testing.
When did that happen?
It was this week. That one employee who was serving, providing the sitting and watching that needed on that one patient. And so when it happened this week, we immediately brought the patient over to the acute site and put the patient off duty on isolation at home and the contact tracing.
I'm sorry, can you, with the 16 staff, 7 this week who were infected with COVID, do you have the vaccination status of them?
No, I don't, but some are vaccinated, some are not vaccinated. But majority of the staff were vaccinated is what I recall, but I'll have to go back to the listing to confirm all that.
I'm really lost here.
Yeah. Was there, did you have a meeting, Lillian, maybe just like because I know we're all a little rusty with our COVID, but did you have a meeting with the staff, say, hey guys, let's tighten it up,
When we had the town hall meeting, I think it was last month, we had in August a town hall meeting. We again sent out the message to encouraging staff to please, get vaccinated. When the executive order came out for mandatory vaccination, we had a surge of employees. I think in one week we had like 36 staff who were still unvaccinated got vaccinated. So that helped, that prompted our staff to get the vaccination. And so on our day briefing, day communication, we continue to, again, encourage staff to please proceed with getting the vaccination. Division heads and department heads in their staff meetings, we encourage them to put that on the agenda to discuss with the staff.
Any of your staff had to be hospitalized?
Had to be what, hospitalized?
Yeah.
None so far that I recall in the report. None have had to be hospitalized. They are at home on home isolation.
Where are you then? Because this is it sounds like it's a pretty big hit to GMH in terms of staffing, right? And I know that when we last spoke with you, you mentioned that you guys were working on the requests, the forms to DoD for the medical assistance. Did that go out already, or did you get a response?
We're gonna finalize that today. In discussing it with the governor said yes, proceed with requesting through DoD, through HHS, and she will facilitate that with the head of HHS, Ms. Bonnie. I forgot the last name, but yes, we're going to proceed with submitting our completing our form for additional medical staff, particularly nursing. Because of the high number of COVID patients needing telemetry, service of care. And so we're going to need to get that document, the form completed today and submit it to HHS. Because we're not getting much of any from the travel staffing solutions. I guess they're being deployed throughout the U.S. They're given that priority. And so, the travel nurses, I think they rather just stay within their continent, of the U.S. rather than traveling over to Guam. Okay. So what's the question?
No.
Just kind of taking it all in, Lillian.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Every day, every moment, we're taking it all in, and, we're switching gears all the time, depending on the numbers that come in.
And these numbers
that we have.
These numbers that are coming in, I mean, 215 positives, over 300 the day before. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of times during this pandemic where we've asked you to kind of speak out to the people, right? We're heading into the weekend here. Obviously, we're in week 6 of this surge, and there just seems to be no respite from these numbers. So what would your message be to the community out here as we head into this weekend?
Yeah, well, again, continue to follow the protocols of wearing your mask, washing your hands, try to keep, the distance, and particularly get the vaccination. If you can, please try and go get the vaccination. I mean, I understand people have their individual freedom and individual rights, but as I said, it's really more for the greater good. And as Pope Francis said, vaccination is for the greater good of our world, of our island community. So I encourage everyone again to try and get the vaccination.
Oh, dang, you brought the Pope into it.
What was that?
You brought the Pope into it.
Well, hey, that's his message. That's his message. Get the vaccination. It's for the greater good.
Right on, Lillian.
Thanks,
hang in there, all right? Good to see
Yeah.
that smile. We're
Yes.
praying for your staff. Be
Yeah,
safe,
hang in
okay?
there.
Right on.
Thank you. Take
Okay,
care.
Esther. Okay, so how do you want to do this, Sabrina? We have Daphne, who's standing by with an update on the All Rise and the child tax credit. We also got news.
Let's go to Daphne.
Let's go to Daphne. Let's go to Daphne first, shall we?
Shall we? We shall.
Good morning, Daphne.
Hi, Daph.
Hafaday, Chris, Hafaday, Bree,
Hi.
Hafaday, Jason, and Hafaday, Guam. So we're really excited. We have, some great news for All Rise applicants. And as you know, All Rise applicants who had A status applications for September 1 will be receiving their payments very soon. We are going to be processing payments today. We expect that we'll see about 18,000 payments that are processed that are going to be about equal about $19 million. And again, these are for A status applications. So there are people who did submit applications which did go into error status. Again, I know a lot of the questions are, okay, well, what happens then to my application? Our team is working to address those error status applications or those suspended applications. And so for those people who were not able to make the cut today because their application was not A status, what will happen is our team actually has a review committee. We're going to be reviewing the reasons for the suspend status. And so, we determine whether or not those eventually get paid. what our taxpayers or applicants can expect is that, yes, we process payments today. We're going to be transmitting those checks and other EFT information to the treasurer so that way they can execute direct deposits and also so that they can mail out those checks. And then in the next week, our applicants can expect that Rev and Tax will continue to work to make payment in the next week. We'll have another round of payments so that we can address the, of course, trying to make payments for the applicants who filed after September 1. Now, the reason for us, just really having to be able to pay for September 1 was because we're still working to process applications for September 2, because this is a first in, first out process. We have to make sure that all applications that were A status came in and we get those paid before we move into the next day. But again, we're really excited to just be able to get these, begin to get these payments out, and so that we can get them out to our people.
Can you define soon?
Soon is, we're working to process the checks this morning. So after we process the checks, we go ahead and we review them and then we transmit them. At the latest, likely as long as everything goes well, we'll likely transmit them to the treasurer by this afternoon. This is the same process that we follow when we also do the refund checks as well. So they'll go over and likely, again, they'll get to the treasurer no later than Monday morning. And so again, it does take a little bit of time for the treasurer to get those mailed out, but that is the time when the treasurer will review, work to get those mailed out, and then also work to execute any direct deposits. We're excited as well about a few things. One, that 76% of our applications were received online. That's huge. Had we not received that many applications online, we may not have been able to get payments out as quickly as we are getting them. The other thing is, we did just start making payments by direct deposit for refunds back in January. And, we've been seeing waivers 20% or less in terms of refunds are being paid out. Refunds are being paid out by direct deposit. But for the All Rise program, we saw that over 50% of our applicants elected to be paid by direct deposit. So again, that's going to as well reduce the wait time for people, because as long as you've entered all your bank account information correctly, you'll be able to get your All Rise program payment in your bank account. You don't have to go to the post office or anything. So again, those are things that are very exciting for us as we again work to get these payments out to everyone.
Can people still apply?
Yes, thank you, Bree, for asking that. So the All Rise application period ends next week, Wednesday, September 15 at 5 p.m. At that time, our drivers, our walk-in service will cease. So we will not, of course, we won't receive applications manually. Our online application process will also cease. So we will close our online application as well at 5 p.m. on Wednesday, September 15. So for people who have not yet filed an application, there is still time to do so. Yesterday, we saw about 400 applications come in, and about 50% were online and 50% were manual. If you are having a problem with filing your application online for some reason, again, our team is here so that way you can come in and file it manually. And so, we're here, they're outside from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And again, one thing I want to just remind everybody is please make sure you review your application very well. Make sure that you spelled your name correctly, your social security number is correct, your mailing address is correct. And also, one of the largest errors that we see is that when people are entering their filing status on the application, it's not following the filing status that's on their 2020 income tax return. So that's also causing people to get an error when we are processing. And again, those cause delays in being able to receive your payment. So, it's important to make sure that you review the application and instructions and just take a few extra moments to make sure that all of your information is correct, because for those applications that were error status, unfortunately, even if you may have had some type of a insignificant, perhaps if you want to characterize it that way, error, it is going to cause a delay because it does take time for our team to review to determine whether or not those applications that are in suspend status eventually end up getting paid.
How many applications have been received so far?
So we received over 33,000 applications, 33,200. And we, of those 33,000, 76% were received online. And, of course, the remaining, which was just shy of 8,000, was received as of yesterday manually, or, for people who came in and walked in. So we have a total of 33,209 applications altogether that have been received, with 25,334 of them being received online. So that is hugely exciting for us. And again, you know what, and really without streamlining the process and without, kind of moving or kind of really encouraging people to file online, we honestly could not have been able to get, these payments out today because, we would likely still be working to process manual applications for the first day.
How many are in suspense status?
So what I'm seeing is we have just shy of 6,000, and that represents about 17%. And so that's quite a bit, and that was as of yesterday. So, those are areas where, even if perhaps it's just a simple error, if it's in suspense status, it does, again, take time for our team. And because our focus is on a few things: one, processing the applications; two, also processing income tax returns, so that for those applications that where the only eligibility criteria is that's missing is that you don't have a validly filed and processed return. Anyway, so I guess the point is it's very important that you make sure that you dot all your I's, cross all your T's, because, any type of error may cause a delay in you receiving your payment. And then what will happen is, of course, that we'll not be able to receive payment until the point that our team's able to review and make sure that your application is accurate. But we've been working to process income tax returns, Bree. So just to share with you, there may have been some applications that were received and that initially were in error status or suspense status because there was no validly filed and processed return. Because we've been working to process as quickly as we can. And in fact, we had just processed refunds, and you'll see a release on this through May 16. So our team is really trying to move as quickly as possible to get returns processed in our system, so that for those individuals who may not have a validly filed and processed return yet, that they will be able to at some point get payment at the point that we're able to get their return processed in our system.
What about the cap?
Yes, and so I know, of course, there is a $30 million cap that, I think that had carried over from even when the All Rise Act had been enacted or authorized. And, Governor Leon Guerrero has indicated that if there is another $5 or $10 million that is needed, she will work to try to identify funding so that we can work to make payment on that. Now, it's difficult to tell exactly the dollar figure that's associated with the total. We know we're in about the $30 million range, but because we have so many applications that are in suspense status, and we still do have applications that are yet to be processed, the manual ones, it's difficult to tell exactly the dollar figure. What we're seeing, though, is that the average, on average, or the average payout is about a little bit over $1,000. And that means then that, of course, because you can either get paid $800 or $1,600, it means then that the majority of people that are filing are actually single filers, which really falls in line with the population of our tax filing population anyway, where we generally see about 30% of our filers that are married filing joint, but the majority of our filers really are single filers. So again, we're seeing that with regards to the way that the averages are, it really follows, the way that we see also our kind of our tax returns are being processed, and the statistics for our tax returns as well.
So on average, it's about $1,000, right? The applications that you're seeing, you receive 33,209 applications.
Right. But of those, we do have about 5,800 or so that are in suspense status. Some of them will end up being able to be paid out again after our team has reviewed. Some of them will not be paid out at all. The ones that won't be paid out, we're seeing people file even though their AGI exceeded the threshold. We're seeing people file and maybe, for some reason, an application, there's some applications where we have social security numbers or taxpayers who are who have multiple applications. So we're seeing maybe duplicate applications that are being submitted by applicants, or perhaps where someone may be, we are seeing duplicate applications. It's interesting as well because we're seeing applications where perhaps maybe the status of someone or a deceased status as well. We're seeing some applications where perhaps there may have been an error in the way that an application was submitted, because we're seeing some applications where an individual is indicating indicating a deceased date, and or where our system is indicating a deceased date, but we're seeing an application. So we're still trying to kind of get through those and figure out what's going on with that. But that's why it's very important. We developed or put together a review committee. And again, what will happen is once we're able to clear out a lot of the suspense, the suspense status ones, we'll work to get those paid. But we're working to develop a similar system to the way that we've been doing EIP and refunds, where we're going to be working to have regular check runs. And so what taxpayers or applicants can expect is that even if they're not in this week's check run or this week's check write, that it's possible that, of course, as we work to process manual applications and also as we work to clear suspend status applications, that they may be in the next check run, which they can expect to happen in the next week, probably toward the end of next week.
What about fraud, Daphne? You seen fraud?
Right. And so, you know what, if there's any indicators of fraud, what happens is we do have a criminal investigation branch within our agency. And so any indicators of fraud, what will happen is, those applications will be submitted or transmitted to our criminal investigation branch. And our criminal investigation branch, they are law enforcement officers in our CIB branch. They do their own investigation, and they make sure, again, that they review and make recommendations or take action as needed. So, again, and thank you for bringing that up, because it's very important, when people do file this application, that they remember that they're signing under penalties of perjury, and that all information that's on the application is correct. And so, of course, if it's found that that people are submitting information that is not accurate, or where they are, of course, committing fraud, and there are elements of fraud as well, though, Sabrina, that have to be met, right? And so, if the elements of fraud are met, and, of course, there could be some very serious consequences. So, when you file these applications, it's, again, although we do, and just like what we do with Forms 1040, it's based on voluntary compliance, right? We take what information people provide us, and we can we rightfully rely on it because people sign it under penalties of perjury. But if it's found that there is fraud, or there is some situation where the elements of fraud are seen, then those get transmitted to our criminal investigation branch for them to for their disposition.
Daph, the payout is $800 or $1,000? I thought it was $800.
So the payouts are $800 and $1,600. So $800 for a single filer, and then $1,600 for joint filers.
Right. Daph, tax refunds. You mentioned tax refunds. What date are we on with the processing? So just to share, this last couple days ago, we processed EIP payments in the amount of a little bit over $1 million. So $1,075,000 in EIP payments. And then we last night processed refund checks to the tune of $7.2 million that cover A status returns that were filed on or before May 16. And so that's already a little bit past the mid portion of the month. Our team is continuing to process so we can get more refund payments out. And so today we'll be processing all rice payments. And then in the next week, we can expect, or in the next coming weeks, we can expect to see advanced child tax credit payments made. So, we have quite a few payments that we're going to be, processing and getting out to our people. And we're really excited about that. Daph, was there any type of audit or any look at the website and just because it was overwhelmed, right, when we started the application process, and we just heard so many different complaints from people getting kicked out, and then I told you there was the one where they were saying they were seeing other people's information. So was there ever like an examination of, and I don't even know how you do it, because I'm just concerned if people got kicked out and weren't able to apply, or if they thought they filed and there was no application turned in. I don't know. Did you find anything with that?
Sure. A lot of the, of course, in the beginning of the day on September 1, that was on Wednesday, we were receiving reports that there were issues with the system. Our IT vendor and also our Office of Technology, I was in communication with them as soon as we started receiving reports of that. They were monitoring anyway. But so what we saw was, that, and I was advised that our system did not crash, but what was happening was there was just such a significant demand on the system that it was causing, a lot of errors and a lot of delays. But really, right after 7 a.m., our team was already seeing applications come in. So, we saw about 40 applications just shortly after 7 a.m. So we knew it was working. We just, again, there was just such a large demand on it. In the morning of September 1, we were getting a lot of reports, from people who had advised that they were not able to apply online. But by the afternoon, again, the majority of the reports that I were receiving, at least from the people, the ones that had communicated to me, was that they were actually able to resolve that and get a filing to be done online. But if for whatever reason you're not able to file online, if the system errors out, again, we're going to be receiving applications through Wednesday, September 15. So you can go ahead and get them to us manually as well. And we're going to be here, again, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, or you can file it online. But again, if you run into an issue, and my recommendation, Bree and Chris and Jason, is for those people who are having a challenge with trying to apply online, just go ahead and fill out a manual application. Again, make sure everything is correct on the application and come to our office 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Actually, it's interesting because we're really seeing a huge slowdown in the number of applications that are being received. Although we opened at 7 a.m. yesterday, I think our first applicant came at 8 a.m. So, again, we are not seeing a whole lot of traffic because of this.
Daph, I haven't seen you guys report any positive cases at the department. Have you had any?
With regards to positive cases in our agency, I am not aware of any. Our team has, and will report if there are. What we can report, though, is that, we have had family members. We have had instances where our team has reported that perhaps there are family members in their households who were positive. And so, but, we have not, I have not heard of any positive cases in our agency. But I have heard, of course, of family members, including I had my own family members, who were exposed and, of course, who some had tested positive. So, I think that the numbers are so high right now that it's just, it's the likelihood of having a family member or having someone who you have close contact with that is positive or has exposure to a positive person is really, really high. And actually, this was my first, experience with having family members that were so close and immediate to me to be positive. And, again, but as far as I know, I've not heard of that in my agency. But as you know, Chris and Bree and Jason, when we have had situations where there are positives, we have made announcements because, our agency is so large and, of course, we want to make sure that people are safe. There are times when we've had to close down our branches, but that has not happened so far. And we're hoping that, we don't see that happen. Again, we're just really very hopeful that we don't see that happen.
Right on. Well, Daphne, you're always in our prayers. Bree, good?
Yeah. Yes. Thanks, Daphne.
Thank you for coming on this morning.
No, Hago Mas, and thank you so much, Bree and Jason and Chris, again, for having us on again. You know what? We have All Rise program payments that are going to be going out. We have refund payments that are going to be going out. EIP payments are probably already, going out. And then soon advanced child tax credit payments going out. So we're really excited to get a lot of payments going and out. The last thing I want to mention is that next week we're going to be launching the enhanced system for our online driver's licenses and Guam ID renewal. And so, that's going to be exciting too. So we have a lot of exciting things happening in our agency. We're grateful to, your station, KUAM, for getting us on and for making sure that we get out all this information. So have a great day, everyone.
Take care, Daph.
Have a great weekend, Daphne.
Bye, Daph.
Bye.
Hi.
Right on.
Wow. They're processing the All Rise payments.
Right
You
on.
can still apply, as Daphne mentioned.
What'd you say, 18,000 a first batch?
Right. She said that they were processing it this morning, getting it over to Treasury by hopefully this afternoon, and And again, hopefully payments will go out next week.
Right on. It's 8:42.
But deadline to apply September 15th.
Let's go ahead and get Dr. Ann Pobutsky on, the Guam epidemiologist. I think we're going to do a screen share, quite possibly, Jay.
Okay.
Okay. Doc, are we going to do a screen share?
You want to?
Yep.
Yeah, why not? Wait, is your screen vaccinated?
Well, hang on.
Okay. I don't want to share screens unless your screen is vaccinated.
Okay.
Yep. You got screen share rights, Doc.
Okay, so Doc, I know you got a lot of data about, just about a lot of things dealing relative with the surge and just the pandemic as a whole. So I think we're just going to go ahead and give you the floor and let you present the data, and then we'll come in with a bunch of really hard questions afterwards.
Okay, I hope you can see this one. This we actually did last week. And what I'm going to show is a switching of screens from the last 8 months to the surge. And as you can see, this is our surge here. This is our August surge. And that's from January till this is the end of August. Nothing has changed in September. We are just now adding those numbers in. It's still going up. And this is what the surge looks like through the end of August, just July and August. This is an interesting slide because it gives a whole year. These are hospitalized cases. The previous two slides were just cases. This is hospitalized cases and numbers in the ICU. And this is for the full year. So if you see in January, we didn't have as many cases, but we had a lot of people in the ICU. That was the carryover from what was happening last fall when we had a surge in the fall, and it kind of continued all the way through, here we go, January, February. Then we see we kind of have a dip there in the ICU, nothing happening, which is great. This, again, is the hospital, island-wide. And then here's the surge in August. These are the hospitalized cases. And these are the ICU numbers, and you can barely see some of the deaths here in red. But what's interesting is, despite the surge in cases, we're not seeing, even though we see high numbers in the ICU, it's not corresponding to the high ICU rate. We're just seeing it's similar to what it was back in January, suggesting there's a protective effect for the vaccine.
Right, Doc, I just wanted to go in on this just really quick. So, because a lot of people have questions about, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, people have questions about the vaccines, and we're dealing with this. We're coming up on the booster shot. So we know that the doctors say that the effectiveness wanes 6 to 9 months after taking it. But like I always say, when people say, oh, the vaccine doesn't work, I mean, are you just basically saying that if the vaccines didn't work with all these positive cases, we would have 300 people in the ICU or something crazy like that, right? Is that basically what you're saying?
Right. And more deaths, even though we are seeing deaths, and I'll get to the deaths later. Yeah, it is working. There is a kind of a protective effect. The problem is, yes, we have seen breakthroughs, and I'll show you this in a second here. But it's not like it's making the hospital like it can't function. Although the hospital, there's too many people up there. They can't hardly handle it. Yeah. It wasn't built for this. This is the same slide with our surge. And again, ICU and then deaths. It's just the last 2 months. I'm going to skip the next two slides. This is a comparison of what we've seen for the year comparing DOD and civilian cases. And this is where we noticed back in April and May, we started seeing this increase in the military cases. And we met with them. It was right after we kind of were concerned about these military cases that they did a mask mandate on the base.
Right.
And then it takes off in the civilian population. You can see it just jumps.
So what does that mean, Doc? Is there a correlation between the military cases and the increase in the civilian cases?
Nothing we can prove, but it's very likely that somebody brought it in. I don't know if they were military, but we did have, over the summer, 4,000 people doing training here. I don't know if you saw the ships and the helicopters and all that. It could be that someone brought it in and it just surge. We don't know. It could have been another type of traveler as well.
Right.
We have no proof of anything.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We can't test every, person and find out where it came from.
Right. Yeah. It's just that I've seen that. I've seen
and
that
this is
chatter.
the same thing. You can see.
But-
You can just see a little more clearly the last 2 months.
Man.
Yep. This is where we really started seeing this jump, and we were watching it, and then boom, the civilian population cases take off. This is by age. As you can tell, this shows everybody's affected by the surge. And then this is July, August, what we're seeing, and this has continued. This has not changed. This major group, the 18 to 39 group is the big one, followed by the 40 to 59, 40 to 59, and then this, the kids.
What are we looking at
And
here,
we're
Doc? So this chart is.
Well, the other thing is, look at the elderly. Even though it's gone up, it's not high as they're not spreading it. I mean, they're affected, but this also suggests a protective effect because elderly are the ones who are mostly vaccinated.
Right. So can we just go back to that?
That's just the test.
Doc, I wanted
Sure.
you to, if you could just tell us exactly what we're looking at with this graph here. The gray line represents exactly what?
18 to 39, the number of cases in the past 2 months. Again, going back, you see there we had very little going on with all the age groups, and then boom, it starts to take off early August. And here's what it looks like for the last 2 months. Those are cases in that age group. This is the driving force. And then again, some of these other groups, elderly, much lower. And of course, we see it taking off with the kids. And
Yeah.
I have some other slides in another. This is our testing and positivity rate. It just follows the surge. Nothing there. Oh, here's your breakthrough cases. Everybody wants to know about the breakthrough. Well, during the surge, it's really taken off. The breakthrough cases are in blue, and then here's the last 2 months. It almost mirrors each other.
Yeah.
We are seeing breakthrough cases, but the vast majority are unvaccinated people. I'm going to switch now to a different set of slides we compiled this week. We also looked at the number of people who were vaccinated by age. And as you can see, these are ineligible kids. So all of these cases, I think it's 499, 500 kids who have had, this is again, the full year. They're in blue, they're not vaccinated. But look at this group, it's the same group that's fueling this surge as the largest number of cases are unvaccinated. And yes, we do see the 40 to 59 group, less so among the elderly. And yes, we are seeing some breakthrough cases, but it's nothing compared to the younger people who are unvaccinated.
So,
that's what's driving this.
Doc, can you
And if you'd like to see by ethnicity, who are these people?
Oh, man.
They're Chamorros.
Ay, familia.
Yep. And then again, this is the full year. We're still seeing the same thing, even if you look at the last several weeks or the past 2 months. It's the same pattern. We're seeing the same pattern. It's the Chamorros, it's young people. And of course, we see Filipinos, Howleys, Chukis, a lot of unvaccinated people. Filipinos have high vaccination rates. It's just meaning they're exposed because they're, exposed to people.
So, Doc,
And then this is the same thing with ages. This is the same. If you want, I'll go through it, but I don't need to.
so
This is
you're basically
a recap on the
saying
ages.
the super spreaders during this surge are, let me just get this straight, unvaccinated 18 to 39-year-old Chamorros?
Yes. And there's some Filipinos, but the Chamorros are the biggest group. And if you look at the vaccination, they've been lagging. I just was looking at the vax numbers, and the Chamorros are right now at about 50% fully vaccinated. Now remember, this is just for civilians. The JIC always reports the military cases as well. We don't get those numbers. I think they're getting the totals, but we don't have it by ethnicity. But the Chamorros are still lagging behind. This is as of the 9th of September. And of course, the
Did you turn
Chukis.
your screen share off, Doc?
I did.
Oh, okay. No worries.
Yeah.
I just lost it. I want to make sure.
Yeah, I did. Just so I can see this other.
Right.
Yeah.
Doc, we had a
So-
comment here. If you could, before you go on, can you please define breakthrough cases?
Yes. Hang on. I have to go look for that too. It's here. Breakthrough cases. It's defined as someone who is fully vaccinated 2 weeks before they got a lab report that told them they were infected with COVID. So a fully vaccinated person could be anytime, at least 2 weeks or more before they got a positive lab report.
Right. Before we get into the because we did want to talk about the kid cases, but just so if you could explain to people, right? Because when we look at the numbers of hospitalizations, and I know your data is definitely a better example because it's, well, longer, and this is kind of a snapshot. 44 unvaxxed, 29 vaxxed, right? So, and we've seen this kind of fluctuate where the hospitalizations, at least, there hasn't been, at least in the last few weeks, a really huge difference between the unvaccinated and the vaccinated hospitalization numbers. Can you kind of go in and explain that to people? Because some people look at it and, like, I don't know if it's, we haven't had the data about the vaccinated patients in the hospital. When did they take the vaccine? What type of vaccine did they take? How severe their illness is? So what would you say to those people who look at this and they say, like, oh, well, why should I take it? People are going in the hospital.
Okay. Number one, I have not looked in detail at that data. I just started getting the hospital data on my phone a couple days ago, and I'm going to look at it. We're asking the hospital to provide us with the spreadsheets with the numbers for the past couple months. It's going to take us a little while to really get into it. The daily numbers can fluctuate. Okay, and we haven't really taken a look, but yeah, so what? There's vaccinated people at the hospital. There's also vaccinated people who got sick, but we are not seeing like a crisis mode. Like in Idaho, they're rationing healthcare. We're not there yet.
Yeah.
The biggest pattern that we're seeing right now is actually people. We didn't see this before. Prior to May 4th, there was only 2 people who were dead on arrival with COVID to a hospital. Now we've got 11 cases, and possibly we have 3 more John Does showing up at the hospital dead, mostly cardiac arrest, or they don't know what caused it. And that's a brand new pattern that we're seeing with this surge. And these are almost all unvaccinated. There's only been 2 people who died ever of COVID on Guam who've been vaccinated. They were both extremely sick individuals with multiple severe comorbidities. Everybody else who has died this year has been unvaccinated. And now we have, in the past 2 weeks, actually it goes back to, it starts in May, but we're really seeing it in August and September. I haven't seen this before. Dead on arrival, cardiac arrest. It's just repeating. It's like 60% of the deaths in the past month and a half are dead on arrival, cardiac arrest, positive for COVID. They're not even getting a chance to be sick and get into the hospital. So that's a new pattern, and it's likely because of, and again, a lot of them are elderly. These people should be vaccinated. If you're elderly, you should have a vaccination. Protect yourself. It's possible you could die. So that's what we've been seeing. And we're tracking, again, 3 more John Does. There's been 4 John Does in the past couple days. COVID positive. They could also be dead on arrivals. We don't know. That's what we're seeing. That's a better indication of what's extreme going on.
Right. Can
Not
you?
if you're vaccinated and you're sick and you went to the hospital because you're scared.
I got you. Doc, before we get again into the child numbers, can you kind of address the variant, Delta variant, what is the other one? The Alpha variant, the Mu and the UK variants, and which ones we have on Guam, and just how different it is, right? Because people, they say, oh, if you look at last year and you look at this year, we're doing just as bad as last year, and we have the vaccinations. But we've also heard from a bunch of the doctors who come on here that a big part of that is because of these variants.
Because of what?
The variants.
Well, we think what we're seeing is Delta, but we have no way of proving that, except for we know we have evidence for Delta arriving on Guam sometime in April, May. And we don't sequence all the samples. We give a sample to the CDC. It's not every test or positive is sequenced. So we think it's probably Delta because of the way it's behaving and because of the high household transmission and all that. But we have no way of knowing until we start sequencing ourselves, and hopefully we're going to start doing that before the end of the year.
All right, let's get into the kid cases, Doc, because I know you had some graphs prepared for that. Can we do the screen share again?
Sure.
Thank you. Guys, if you're joining us, KUAM TV, good morning. We're on right now with the territorial epidemiologist out of public health, Dr. Ann Pobutsky, and she's kind of breaking down a lot of the data that she's compiled, not just for this surge, which we're in week 6 of, I believe. I'm losing track, but data relative to the entire pandemic. And one of the big pieces of data that she had, really just told us about here is if you look at who's driving the spread during this surge, it's 18 to 39-year-old unvaccinated Chamorros. We got to have a talk, my Chamorro people. Now let's get into these kid cases. Doc, these graphs, I mean, we were trying to figure them out yesterday, so I don't know if you want to try and over-explain them.
These are real quick. It's just a summary because, again, the director asked for this and our chief public health officer saying, okay, what's going on with the kids? Well, to start with, let's look at, this is all, figure 3 here is all of 2020, and it's by age. And as you can see, you'll see the kids next. They're in there. People are acting like, oh, the children never got infected before. Yes, they did. They were surging along with everybody else. But we were seeing much higher case numbers in adults. That's all of last year. And this is the kids last year. It just doesn't surge as much as the adults.
Right.
Then if you look at 2021, nothing's really going on until we see this surge. And again, it's that the colors are different, but there's that 18 to 39 group. That's the big group. And then this is what the kids look like. So the kids follow everybody else, because if it's surging in households and these young adults, 18 to 39 and or other groups, of course the kids are going to get it. Depends on what people are doing, how they're behaving. Are they having gatherings? Are they, you're in a household, you're going to see it spread. And then, again, this is all ages.
Can we go
July,
back,
August.
Doc, up to your graph for just isolating just the 0 to 9 and 11 to 17?
This
right,
one?
Right here, this one. Can you go into a little more detail? On the left side, we have the axis, and that represents the number of cases, correct? So if you could just explain what you're showing us here with the COVID spread among children 0 to 17 years old during the surge.
Yes, these are numbers. And if you see, I used the same axis on the side so we can compare, so it's not different. Even though the top one, the first two are 180, these are 120. So basically, you're seeing the kids are surging along with the adults. What's different from last year is that the kids have surged past some of the adult groups, the 0 to 11, because they're ineligible for vaccination. It's a little lower with the teenagers. That could be because some of them are vaccinated. Or maybe teenagers aren't as good spreaders. I don't know.
Here's a question we had, Doc, from Roman. Without a firm tracing system in place, how did you determine that it was unvaccinated Chamorros driving the surge?
We did we have a master database of all the cases, and we have their ethnicity and we have their age, and we group the age groups into these categories that are related to vaccination rates. Like we have 0 to 11. We want to look at that because they are ineligible for vaccination. We look at people over 75 because they're at greatest risk. And we have ethnicity. So we cross-tabulate the numbers in a computer program.
Doc.
And that's how we get those numbers. I'm not making this stuff up.
I know.
Believe me, I don't want to.
I know.
I wouldn't imagine.
Can we just go back again to the kids and give it to us in the numbers? So for August, like how many total cases are we seeing? 0 to 11. I mean, we'll just keep it with the surge, right? So 0 to 11, how many cases? 12 to 17, how many cases during this current surge?
I can't give you exact numbers. I'd have to go to the data sheet to get the exact numbers.
Okay.
It's the trend that's important.
Right, I see. So what do you got to say to parents out there?
I'm sorry?
What do you got to say to parents out there, especially the parents of kids who are ineligible to receive the vaccines?
Well, there's not much we can do about that, whether it, nationally or locally. What we can do is ask the people, adults, young adults, to get vaccinated. I don't know why there's still a lag, and what people are reading and thinking about. This still is a pandemic. Keep saying this. It's not an epidemic. It's not a little outbreak of dengue where we have 20 cases. This is, what do we have? More than 10,000 cases. Okay, and Guam only. And they're reporting on the national public radio that Guam is in as bad a shape as Tennessee and Louisiana and some of these places where you'd almost expect it. But it's like, Guam, come on, I thought the community was a little smarter than that.
Yeah.
People need to get vaccinated. We probably need to be at 99.9% vaccinated. The vaccines are working. I don't care what the media, the PDN and the Post and everybody's saying. They're not the source. They're the source of excitement and drama in the community. If you get cancer, a diagnosis, do you go to icancureyourcancer.blog.something? No, if you really want good information on your cancer, you go to the National Cancer Institute, right? If you've got some kind of weird, you don't go to some, I can cure your whatever, Morgellon fiber chip that's put in your brain by the military because it's giving you COVID. Come on, there's nonsense out there. They're not credible sources. We are the credible sources because we're counting the sick and the dead. And I'm sick of it. I thought it was over. And I know everybody else is sick of it. They want to have a party, et cetera, et cetera. I want a vacation too, but I can't take one.
Yeah, please don't take a vacation. Please.
So we want people to continue. There's no cure for this. There's vaccines and prevention. And if you're lucky, there might be treatment up at the hospital if you're really bad off.
Yeah,
it might not save you, though, particularly if you're unvaccinated and you're elderly and you have chronic conditions.
Right.
There's no guarantee. There's no cure. It's prevention and vaccines. So we need to get 99.9% of the population vaccinated because there's probably 0.01 or 0.1% that can't get a vaccine. We got to protect those. No, there's actually probably more. So we still need to get vaccinated and stop spreading it and stop infecting other people.
You make it sound so
That's
easy.
the bottom line.
Yeah. Doc, let me just ask you.
No, it is easy.
I know.
Wear a mask. Don't have a party with 100 people, etc.
Let me just ask, and I don't want you to get in trouble, so I'm going to try and ask it in a way where it doesn't step on anyone's toes, right? But just from as an epidemiologist, right? What we're seeing is 6 weeks of just uncontrolled spread. I mean, you know what we're looking at here. So, ideally, what would it take? Do we need any other types of restrictions? Because everyone says, oh, if you look back, what worked the first time was lockdown, a restricting of movement for everyone, right? And I know that we're moving forward with this aggressive vaccination effort, which I totally get. I get it, right? But it kind of seems like we're not really putting in measures that are stringent enough because it just doesn't seem like it's working, frankly. So what do we need to do? I know we don't have a party with 100 people, but is there anything else that we could do to really just throw a blanket on this fire?
Well, I know some of the restaurants don't even want to do that list of the vaccinated going in. They're just takeout only. I'm not eating in a restaurant. I don't trust it. Takeout only. The kids are not in school. Party in the open air if you got to do something. Go take a walk on the beach. I don't know. I don't think anybody wants to go to a lockdown again.
But would it work though?
It would. 2 weeks with a lockdown, except for police, fire, public health. But then people will get mad and, you know.
But it would work.
Well, probably it would contain the spread, you know. But nobody wants that. So it's up to us to do the other thing, which is vaccinate everybody, test who we can, and make sure people follow the rules if you're sick. And there are rules. Public health is telling people what to do. The clinics know what to tell people. If you're sick with COVID, don't infect other people. I'm not sure exactly what the clinics are telling people because we haven't been able to keep up with the contact tracing. It's
Yeah.
basically just via phone. It's not like we can track everybody now. It's gotten out of hand because it's so prevalent. So much household spread, household transmission. It's everywhere.
Would you
So
say?
we want people to be safe. The elderly everybody should be vaccinated. This is ridiculous. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I think that's
Somebody-
all you need. I think that's all you need to say.
Somebody commented, she's ranting. Yeah, of course she is. You'd be ranting too if you were in her position. Well, Dr. Ann. Yeah, here's a good one. Lisa and Joe Cruz comment, I'd rather have mad people than deaths.
You'd rather have what?
I'd rather have mad people than deaths.
I would too, because these are preventable deaths. They are preventable deaths. And it's really unfortunate. Elderly and middle-aged people. We're seeing middle-aged people who are also dead on arrival, cardiac arrest. It's either something about how nasty the virus is or people have underlying conditions. It's like, wow, you don't even get a chance to go into the hospital. You're just dead on arrival.
I'm going to have a good talk with my fellow 18 to 39-year-olds this weekend, and we're going to sort this out. Doc, thank you for your time.
Okay.
Take care.
Take care, Doc.
Adios. Thank
That's
you.
right on. Thank you.
Have a good one. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what you call a mic drop.
Yeah.
Or a bombshell, or just basically knowledge being passed on.
Man, my Chamarios. Come on, guys. I mean, you know what to me is...
So again,
wow, she just said that they are like lost with the contact tracing.
So to basically recap, she said the number one demographic is Chamorros age 18 to 39.
Yeah, the guys, this is not something we want to be number one in, because I know we're like, yeah, Chamorros are number one, but we don't want to be number one in this.
Let's get to news.
Let's get to news. Yeah, we're going to get to Major Anton Uggan shortly, but we're going to get to news right now. It's 9:10 on a Friday morning, September 10th, 2021, brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Sabrina Salas-Mantonati, good morning.
Off it, everybody. The island marked its 155th COVID-related fatality. According to the Joint Information Center, the patient was a 54-year-old vaccinated man with multiple underlying health conditions who tested positive upon arrival. He passed away September 8th at the Guam Memorial Hospital. A total of 76 people are hospitalized, 7 are receiving ICU level of care, and 2 are on a ventilator. Out of the 76 patients, 44 are reported unvaccinated. The vaccination status of 3 patients at Naval Hospital and 1 at GRMC are unknown, and 29 are vaccinated. Public health reports that out of 1,197 tests conducted, 215 returned positive. To date, there have been a total of 12,034 officially reported cases of COVID-19, with 155 deaths. 2,550 cases are in active isolation. There have been more than 9,300 recoveries. The CAR score is 43.1. The Guam Department of Education reports 4 employees tested positive. The cases were identified at D.L. Perez Elementary School, Finagayan Elementary, Estumbo Middle School, and Ukadu High School. Also, earlier today, we had GMH Administrator Lillian Posadas, who did confirm with us that in August she had 16 of her staff who were infected with COVID-19. 7 of her staff infected with COVID-19 this week. And one of those cases was from exposure at the skilled nursing facility unit in Vergara Heights. And we should also note that the SNF is supposed to be a COVID-free hospital where patients who do not have COVID go. We'll have more on that story tonight on Primetime. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden early this morning announced a 6-point plan to increase COVID-19 vaccinations, allow schools to reopen safely, increase testing, improve care for patients, and boost the economy. Some points of that plan included vaccine mandates that all federal workers and contractors must get vaccinated with limited exceptions. Private employers with 100 or more workers will have to require them to be vaccinated or tested weekly. Employers must provide paid time off for vaccination. About 17 million healthcare workers in hospitals, clinics, and other facilities that accept Medicare and Medicaid payments must get vaccinated. Some 300,000 employees of Head Start, early childhood education, and other federal education programs also must get vaccinated. The president also said that governors are urged to require vaccination for school district employees. The federal government will continue to follow through with money for widespread testing in schools. Stadiums, concert halls, and other venues for large events are urged to require proof of vaccination or negative COVID test. As for boosters, the president said that federal agencies will lay the groundwork for a smooth booster shot campaign starting the week of September 20th. That's if the Food and Drug Administration authorizes or approves the boosters. The president's plan also calling for mask requirements that they will continue for interstate travel and in federal buildings. The Transportation Security Administration will double fines on airline, train, and other travelers who refuse to mask up. The number of pharmacies offering free testing will be expanded to 10,000. Walmart, Amazon, and Kroger will offer at-home COVID tests at cost, about a 35% savings for consumers. The president also announced that the Pentagon will double military medical teams helping local hospitals overwhelmed with virus patients. As you heard again from Lilia Posadas earlier, there is a request that will be going into the Department of Defense for medical assistance. They are finalizing those documents today. Also, the president said that federal agencies will boost shipments of a COVID-19 treatment known as monoclonal antibodies by 50%. Medical teams will be dispatched to help administer the treatments. Again, we've been talking with the Department of Public Health, Chima Mbakwe, who told us that starting next week, a team from HHS will be arriving to Guam. It's a five medical team with 6 doctors that will be leading those treatment centers, which should be announced any day now on where they will be. As for the economy, the president announced that top loan amounts for small businesses affected by the pandemic will be increased to $2 million from $500,000 currently. And we're waiting for a statement from Governor Lulian Guerrero on her reaction to the president's plan. With more news now, here is Isaiah Uggan.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. Guahusi Isaiah Uggan with your headlines here on The Link. Wednesday's all-time high of COVID positives has prompted the governor to back away from her plans to return our island school children to in-person learning.
By 7 o'clock Wednesday night, the word was out and all over social media. Based on a meeting with the governor that afternoon, she would be allowing the return of face-to-face instruction starting next Monday. Some were all in about the proposed directive. St. Anthony Principal Robert Crisostomo.
I'm ready to open Monday.
Others not so much. Former head of the governor's Physicians Advisory Group, Dr. Hoa Nguyen.
I have no words for it.
Adelup Communications Director Crystal Paco San Augustine confirmed last night that the governor planned to sign an executive order today to allow for in-person learning to resume as early as Monday, September 13th for schools that are prepared to do so. An hour after issuing that statement to KUAM, the Joint Information Center issued the latest numbers reporting the island's 154th COVID-related fatality and a staggering 325 COVID-positive cases. Guam Education Board Chair Mark Mendiola on The Link this morning.
I don't know what has changed from the time that they shut school to where we're currently at. I know what has changed really. It's the numbers that are being reported.
Adelup today held another meeting with education leaders. Paco San Agustin this afternoon issued another statement, quote, based on the latest report of positive cases from last night and a high preliminary case count tracking for this evening, in-person learning will remain suspended on strong recommendation from the Surgeon Cell and DPHSS. On Twitter this afternoon, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez tweeted that he knows it's getting confusing, but here's an update. The governor is considering reopening of schools, but not immediately. GDOE will be hosting a Zoom public session with the governor and her healthcare team on Saturday, 9/11, from 10 a.m. to 12 noon.
In a press release late Thursday afternoon, GDOE Superintendent John Fernandez stated that the return of their students to in-person instruction is a priority, but only when it is safe to do so. He added that they need the assurance of the governor and her healthcare team that the community situation is under control. Parents and stakeholders are invited to participate in Saturday's virtual input session. The Zoom link is on your screen and is posted on our website. The session is from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Up to 500 people are able to join the Zoom meeting. All others are welcome to view the live stream on GDOE's Facebook page. Guam Education Board Chairperson Mark Mendiola states that our stakeholders need to hear directly from the governor's advisors so they can be fully informed and aware of the risk associated with returning students to their classroom. The governor will be losing another of her top medical advisors. Here's more with Chris Barnett.
I'm going to be very clear here.
Another one bites the dust. Hot off the heels of former Physicians Advisory Group Chair Dr. Hoa Nguyen's controversial resignation, another one of Governor Lulian Guerrero's top pandemic medical advisors is calling it quits. Public health spokesperson Janela Carrera confirms Dr. Felix Cabrera will be leaving his position as Public Health's Chief Medical Officer. Cabrera will continue to perform clinical duties at the Northern Public Health until September 17th. After that, he'll take an unpaid extended leave of absence as Chief Medical Officer due to personal health reasons. Carrera could not say how long Cabrera's leave of absence would be, but she did say if Public Health needs to fill Cabrera's position, they will. Cabrera is the second of the governor's high-level medical advisors to leave his post. Former PAG chair Dr. Hoa Nguyen resigned in late August, citing his disagreement with the governor's restrictions on the unvaccinated and political interference. Dr. Cabrera was hired by Public Health in January with a 2-year employment contract for $268,000 a year. He was also a member of the PAG and invented the COVID Area Risk Score. The CAR score accounts for the incidence of new cases, how well current testing identifies these cases, and the rate of spread. For Guam's News Network, Chris Barnett reports.
12 detainees confined at the Department of Corrections have tested positive for COVID-19. The detainees were confined between August 26th and September 8th. According to DOC spokesperson Major Anton Ugin, 9 detainees were housed together and 3 were brought in by the Guam Police Department. The positive detainees have been moved to a designated quarantine facility in Manila and are under medical observation. To date, 181 or 91% of DOC personnel have been vaccinated, as well as 586 prisoners. As of today, Ugin says none of their staff has tested positive for COVID-19. Guam Attorney General Living Camacho has filed a Friends of the Court brief with the U.S. Supreme Court in a Puerto Rico lawsuit on the denial of certain federal aid programs to the territories. According to a news release, Camacho was joined by a coalition of 18 other attorney generals in urging the High Court to reject the exclusion of Guam and other territories from the Supplemental Security Income Program. Camacho argues that it's irrational because the CNMI is eligible for SSI. He adds that the exclusion also harms some of the neediest Americans. The Puerto Rico case is very similar to a case won last June by Guam resident Katrina Scholar. She was denied SSI when she moved to Guam from Pennsylvania. Her attorney Ronnie Jacob explains.
Katrina was unable to care for herself because of her disability, and chose to come live with her loving sister and brother-in-law. And when she did, the United States terminated her SSI benefits because they considered Guam to be outside of the United States.
In her ruling in favor of Katrina's case, Guam Chief District Court Judge Francis Hidinko Gatewood wrote, quote, "The court finds that the discriminatory provisions of the SSI statute and any related implementing regulations that discriminate on the basis of status as a resident of Guam violate the Constitution and Organic Act's quarantine of equal protection," end quote. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Miss the link, miss a lot. DRT Director Daphne Shimizu was on our show this morning announcing that All Rise Payments, they are beginning to process about 18,000 applications this morning in hopes of getting it to the U.S., not the U.S., the Guam Treasury by this afternoon. And again, hopefully payments beginning to be made next week. You can still apply for the All Rise program. You have until next week, the 15th, to submit your application by 5 p.m. A total of 33,209 applications have been received so far by Rev and Tax. One of two men wanted in connection to a shooting that occurred last month in Harmon has been arrested. According to GPD spokesperson Paul Tapau, agents with the Criminal Investigation Division located 27-year-old Jensen Belga Develis at a home familiar to detectives. He was arrested along with 42-year-old Wakatani Williander and 40-year-old Wayne Williander. Jensen was arrested for attempted murder, aggravated assault, reckless conduct, conspiracy, possession of a firearm without a valid ID, illegal transfer of a firearm, use of a deadly weapon in commission of a felony, unlawful discharge of a firearm, resisting arrest, theft by receiving stolen property, and obliteration of firearm identification number. Wakatani Williander was arrested for hindering apprehension. Wayne also arrested for hindering apprehension, but also for obstruction of government operations, unsworn falsification, and possession of a Schedule II controlled substance. Both Wakatani and Wayne were booked and released. The search in the meantime continues for 31-year-old Justin Michael Duenas. It's supposed to help people infected with COVID from being hospitalized, but as we reported Wednesday, GMH used up its last dose of Regencov. Acting Administrator William Kando confirmed that an order of 600 doses has been placed to replenish their supply. He adds that what might have contributed to the shortage was a batch that was sent from the feds. Kando says the shipping temperature control of 48 doses of Regencov is in question. The doses are still in the hospital's pharmacy. He adds the manufacturer, Regeneron, is conducting stability studies prior to giving them a determination of its status. As for the Department of Public Health and Social Services, they are expecting a new shipment of Regencov today. Public Health's Janela Carrera said that while they are waiting for the new shipment, patients who have been referred to for the treatment have been put on a waiting list. COVID vaccination clinics being held today at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. and at the Northern Region Community Health Center in Dededo from 1 p.m. to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. As for testing sites, you can still go to the Old Teason Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. And with your sports link, here is Dave Delgado.
On the show, Ayana Rages, who attends Cardinal Newman High School out in South Carolina. You're on the cheer team for high school, and you're also on the cheer team for your club team, where you guys have had a lot of success. So let's talk about, first off, making it onto your high school team as a freshman.
That was actually pretty exciting. I feel like it's a really big part of my high school career, and it'll help me get into college better. We won state 3 years in a row, and we're very competitive. But this year the team is smaller, but that still won't stop us from winning. And I feel like this year is going to be really great with my team that I have.
Competing in the Worlds for cheer, it was an invite-only competition for the highest levels in cheer, 3 to 7. Worlds were for 6 and 7. Your level 6, how you're able to contribute to your team with your skill set?
You have to really work hard to manage your skills, and you have to actually attend practice, because I feel like if you don't attend, then you can't contribute to the team. And that's just a really big part of being on a team. You have to attend and work hard.
You've played 2 seasons now with your AAU team. You were averaging 15 points a game this season. And you're looking to try out for the high school basketball team. For this short period of time that you have taken on basketball, really gotten better throughout the 2 past seasons.
I feel like my chances are like in the middle because I worked really hard and I'm still continuing to work really hard. So if I just keep that up, then I'm pretty sure I can make it. And with my with being able, like with being coachable, I feel like that really helps a lot.
Being an honor roll student and enrolled in honors classes, so how important is school to you, and why do you take so much pride in the way you do for sports and academics?
I take school very seriously because if you don't have a C or higher, then you just can't play, which really sucks. And also you need to maintain grades to get into college, and I really want to play like college sports, so I'm really working hard on my grades, and it's really like nice being on like a honor roll and stuff.
AJ Regis, playing football out stateside, junior. Let's talk about the switch to your new school, Cardinal Newman, and a little bit about the football program there.
Cardinal Newman is a Catholic school, and the switch was it was pretty easy. They were very welcoming. It was like in the springtime, so we was just basically like working out, and I get to bond with the team and whatever. And then they really treated me like a good asset, like a good athlete, and then they really, really care about me.
So far, within 2 games played this year, you already have 324 yards rushing, 3 touchdowns, longest run of the season, 90 yards.
The 90-yard run, it was just basically good blocking, and I just read it off of them, and then using my speed. We was just like, the coaches, they like know I'm kind of fast, so they wanted me to go to the outside and then break it down from there. So that run, it was just a good team effort.
Are you currently getting looked at by some college scouts, and are you in conversations with hopefully taking your talents to the next level?
I went to a couple of camps this year. I talked to the running back coach at USC, University of South Carolina. They said they'll be looking at me throughout the season, and then I'm also getting looked at Benedict, which is also a college. It's a small college in South Carolina, and that's basically it. I didn't go to like a bunch of college camps. I went to more of like technical camps that, to get my skills up.
That's David Delgado with SportsLink. We do it every Friday, and it's brought to you by Cure Alkaline Water and Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, your Shindaiwa and Echo Superstore. Yep, stay home, clean your area. We offer everyday low prices on bush cutters, chainsaws, power washers, generators, and more. We also offer maintenance and repair services. Visit Marianas Irrigation and Landscape in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina, Besta Market, right next to Bemyor. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Back to you, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
And with your news and tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos updates to get some to be tomorrow ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. Ana manu fumit mai governo zio den sekitibu no sinedi I nafana na fina nagun leksyon no debi di makonsigi gwini gi mamaila na lunes. Gua otro na meeting I governo za ni magasi edukasyon gi iniga. Direktor komunikasyon para Adelope si Crystal Paco San Agustin atugi este na statementu. Sapod nebo na rin po di man positibo na kausang COVID-19. Ginagapyan na po ingi dyan ni sentat kilo na tinifong gipaingi para makontinue masuspendi na finatnagwi sigon ni Senforti na rin rekomenda ni Surgeon Cell dan ni Departamento Salud Publiko. Gi-Twitter na medan sosyal ay magasigwam Department of Education si John Fernandez hatugi na tungo na kulan naing kubakaw doste mas nebo ng informasyon po di binaban ni eskwela. Ako consider ay magahaga pero babay eskwela loti insigidas. Siyempre GDOE sa managawa na Zoom na meeting sa gobyerno sa nizonya healthcare na team giisablo di 11 September desde las 10 giegan sa las 12 gitaloani. Otro asunto, masyati amam na tempo desde na pumaray chairman para Physicians Advisory Group si Dr. Juan Nguyen guhatalo otro na san magas na mediko ni mabibisoy gobyerno para lokwi. Spokesman para Departamento de Salud Publico si Janela Carrera akufirma na si Dr. Felix Cabrera sa paroding uji posisyon niya ni Chief Medical Officer para Public Health. Pero continue ay sitson niya si Cabrera sa hulog dia 17 September di Northern Public Health Center. Gidespues para libitasin apas guhin na posisyon Chief Medical Officer sa porpersonal na Rason Salud. Tiyasangan si Carrera kwantes tempo para libitas si Cabrera lo leg niya na kumumanisita ni Public Health otro na mediko para adyo na posisyon para masigon mo na maaligaw. Yuto mo na tikulo para pago na bednes gini KUM News givenot sa Moro, dosen na prisionero gi Department of Corrections sa man mates positibo para COVID-19. Este siya sa man mapreso gui gi 26 de Agosto hasta 8 de September. Asangan ni spokesman para DOC si Major Anton Agon na 9 guihi sa manafanhano para di madisek na nasagan kinarentina gi DOC gi sa Mangilaw sa man masesanatan ni Medico Sia. Esta hulo ginigap 181.91% na holanero ni DOC sa esta man mabakuna sa kung todo 586 na prisionero. Iling nga si Agon na taja gizon niya staff ang positibo itas niya para COVID-19. Para Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasunto ifinut sa Moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familiang Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
This season of The Voice promises to be the best one yet, with singer Ariana Grande joining the star-studded Coach lineup, including John Legend, Blake Shelton, and Kelly Clarkson.
Happen to see how last season ended? I won.
But that's why I'm here.
To get you hyped up for the big premiere, KUAM Communications are giving you the chance to win $500 daily between September 13th to September 17th for showing us how much you love The Voice. All you have to do is listen to The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM or watch the live stream on Facebook Live, and when prompted, call in with your answer to The Voice Daily Trivia Challenge. And then on premiere day, September 21st, check out KUAM Digital for a special bonus question and another chance to win $500. Visit KUAM.com for official rules and regulations. Some restrictions apply.
The Voice, brought to you locally by First Hawaiian Bank.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line. The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's, offers fully covered loading and unloading area with individual pin-coded gate and door access. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday to hear about the latest in sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink,
brought to you each week by Cure Alkaline Water and Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape,
airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is hosted by Dave Delgado through KUAM Sports, and he will make sure that everyone knows what is happening on the fields, in the gyms, and everywhere in between.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer, Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, and Docomo Pacific.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Chamorro culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum.
Guam was once home to over 12 native species of forest birds, each with their own unique sound, color, and role to play in our ecosystem. However, the arrival of the brown tree snake has threatened their existence. Today, only 3 of these species still exist in the wild. But what was once lost can be restored. Join the Department of Agriculture's efforts to restore our ecosystem. It is only through partnerships with various organizations and the community that we can give our native birds a future. Support snake suppression.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, Bud Light Seltzer, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
We got your 6
at 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m., to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital. We got your 6. Good morning. 9:41. Miss Link, missed a lot. Some great interviews. And you know, every single one of our interviews, we put them up on the KUAM News YouTube.
Yep, so you can find them about 15 minutes after the show is done.
Yeah.
Share them with your friends. Watch again. Take notes, like that Dr. Ann Pavotsky interview.
Yeah,
or the Daphne interview.
Right.
Lot to take notes on.
Yeah, so you can watch that Daphne interview. Maybe play it slow 2 times. Can you do that? Because I know you can play.
You can actually do that. You can control the playback speed.
Yeah, because she talks very fast.
Yeah. So, but she did mention some
Pretty
good
big. Go ahead.
information regarding the payments for the All Rise program. They're processing payments this morning, about 18,000, I believe. Getting it to the Treasury by this afternoon, and hopefully payments can be rolled out beginning next week. And speaking of next week, that will be the deadline to apply. The 15th will be the last day you can apply for the All Rise program.
Yep.
So far, a little over 33,000 people have applied.
9:43. Some of the other takeaways from this morning: the Guam epidemiologist Dr. Ann Pavotsky says that unvaccinated Chamorros 18 to 39 are driving this spread of the virus during this surge. We also asked her point blank, would a lockdown work? Her answer, yes. It's 9:43, Friday, September 10th. Let's go behind bars now, guys. But don't worry, we're going to be able to get back out again. Major Anton Ugun from the Department of Corrections. What was it, 12 positive cases, Bree?
Yes, 12.
12 positive cases.
Detainees,
right? We know we saw the outbreak last year. And so we're trying to really monitor this. Major, just give us the details, please.
Well, like I pointed out in the press release yesterday, we've had 12 detainees that were housed in Agana. Actually, 11 in Agana, 1 at the female that tested positive for COVID-19. As of today, the female was released yesterday, so now we're down to 11. 2 of them should be cleared by today by public health, cleared to be transferred to another portion of the prison. And they are currently being housed in our, we have 2 warrior tents set up on the exterior, on the backside of our prison behind one of the housing units. And so that is where they're being housed right now.
Were these?
So they tested positive 10 days ago?
Yes, so just a few days back, so what had happened, of course, we're still receiving arrestees and confinees. And prior to being confined, they are given a COVID test. There are a few that refuse it, that refuse the test, but we do put them in a certain portion of the prison best to kind of, quarantine them. So we had one prisoner come in and refuse the test. We quarantined him. And a few days later, he decided he wants to take the test. And turns out he was positive. So immediately we removed him from that unit. And then the protocol, I guess you have to wait 2 to 3 days to test the remaining population. So we tested them, and then a few more that were housed with the original one also tested positive. So we had to move them to the quarantine area. And so we are, trying to contain this, as best we can. We are working on public health on trying to make sure we control this.
Is there any additional testing planned for today, or was any additional testing conducted yesterday?
Yeah, we're still doing that. We're still doing more testing. We have a few more, a few are being vaccinated again this morning. Some more of our inmates are being vaccinated, but again, it's an everyday activity.
How many test results are pending?
Yeah. But again, we're still mandating the mask and and observing the inmates for any signs or symptoms.
I'm sorry, how many
Unfortunately-
are these rapid tests that you said that you're waiting for more tests, or are you how many test results?
We're using a Binex. It's called a Binex
so
test.
it's a rapid test.
It's a rapid one, Major.
Right, the rapid test. Most of our prisoners are vaccinated. Today, again, our population does fluctuate, but today, as of today, we've vaccinated a total of 591 prisoners. Right, and so some of those prisoners may have already been released back into the community, but as new prisoners come in, we try to get them vaccinated if they're willing to take it. And we're doing our best again to try to ensure that we don't have another breakout like we did last year.
What's the total population at the prison?
Actually, today the population is 579.
And
That's
no
between
staff,
men
right?
and
No
women.
staff have tested positive.
No. As of yesterday, no. I followed up this morning. No reports of any staff.
Major, because of the positives, has anything operationally changed at the prison in terms of incoming, or I don't know if you guys were doing visitation?
Well, on the incoming, we're not doing visitation. Okay. But we did do a few weeks ago, before we even started having this kind of breakout, we adjusted our directives and requiring, in line with the governor's executive order, requiring all those visitors that bring in incoming to either show their vaccination card or a negative COVID test to be allowed to enter the facility. We started doing this about a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks ago. But our incoming just completed for the Manila facility. Today was the last day. We still don't have no visitation, no religious services. We're kind of still on a very controlled movement operation.
Have any of the detainees had to be hospitalized?
No. I spoke to the nurse. Out of the whole 12 of them that tested positive, 7 of them were vaccinated. So their symptoms are not as great as probably what would have been had they not been vaccinated again. But again, most of our population is vaccinated, and our staff, we have 198 employees, and 181 of them are fully vaccinated.
Oh, wow.
We have about 5 more that are waiting for their second dose. Three of them are on long-term disability, so they're not vaccinated. They're not with us. They're on medical leave. And we have, I think, about 11 of them that are unvaccinated.
Okay, you good, Bree? I just want to commend you on your haircut this morning, Major. Guys, check this out. Madasa, boy,
Looking sharp.
look at that. Hey, you got a little line. Show us the line.
Hey,
day.
That's a fresh cut.
Wow.
I used to just get a 1 and a 2. I decided, let me splurge. Let me try something different.
Right on, YOLO. Hey, we're in a pandemic.
Look good.
Looking very sharp, Major.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Have a
Thank
great
you.
weekend. I know you're getting some this weekend with that haircut.
Oh, you day. He's blushing.
He
Stop.
is. Thank you, Major.
Okay, thank you.
Right
Take
on.
care.
It's 9:51.
And that's why we say miss a link, miss a lot.
Let's go ahead and, it's Friday, guys. We do Feed Me Fridays on Fridays, and it's brought to you today by Ruby Tuesday.
It's Feed Me Fridays on the Link. It's Feed Me Fridays on the Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and Devondale.
All right, welcome to another episode of Feed Me Fridays. We're here at Ruby Tuesday. We're trying a lot of new things. We have some great music playing, some good company, and some good food. Actually, a lot beyond that too, because we're trying the new. What are we trying today, Chris?
We're trying, I see what you did there, beyond that, because we're trying the Beyond Chili. All right? You know how much we love to eat chili here on Guam. Yep, especially when it comes with rice. And then Tomas is going to try the Beyond quesadilla. Look at that. That is beautiful.
All plant-based, so.
Right, and that's kind of the trend as people, I mean, for a lot of reasons, right? A lot of people are moving away towards animal-based diets. Some do it because of the environment. Other people, obvious health issues.
And others just because some people say it just tastes as good.
Right.
As
and then
the I don't know,
the
regular
real
stuff.
meat, right? And it doesn't like weigh you down because it doesn't have all the meaty meat stuff that I guess like the meaty meat has. But I'm down, man. It's Beyond Chili here at Ruby Tuesday. Tomas, I know you're new to the Feed Me Fridays game,
Yeah,
but
it's my first time.
let me just tell you, Tuesday happy hour here at Ruby Tuesday. It's all day. You see how it's Ruby Tuesday, happy hour Tuesday. And then they also have this great deal on Tuesdays where you get 2 entrees for $25.99. All right, so that's awesome. They got a great lunch menu, and of course they go above and beyond to make sure you eat and drink with a great big smile on your face.
Yeah, and so we also have I'm trying out the blackberry lemonade, right?
That's right. I'm trying out the mango lemonade. Guys, if maybe you're watching the sugar intake, you can tell them, hey, give me half that, water it down, you know what I mean?
And if someone else ordered it for you and, and you're not wondering what the sugar is, you can also have this blackberry lemonade.
How's that
It's really
blackberry
good.
lemonade?
It's
Good, right?
It's tasty, yeah. Packed with
Definitely
flavor.
sweet, man. So let's get into it, Tomas. Are you a quesadilla kind of person?
Not really, but you know, this one looks really good, and I'm gonna give it a shot.
It does look really good. It actually looks like, just the look-wise.
Do you eat it with a fork or your hands?
You just probably would eat it with your hands.
Yeah.
But I think the look-wise, I mean, they're not trying to fool anybody here. It is Beyond. But it really does look like meat.
Yeah, it's packed with different
words.
flavors. Yeah, no, I mean, it's good.
It's good?
It's great.
It's great. It's packed with
Did you
different
wanna try
flavors. What are you tasting there?
The Beyond Meat, which tastes, you know, it tastes just as good as a regular, you know, quesadilla.
Wow. Quesadilla actually won our Instagram poll.
It did. Oh, okay.
And I can tell why, because
It's that good. No words, no words.
it's good. And you know what? It doesn't feel guilty.
Yeah, and it also tastes like, you know, something you would also make at home if you're, you know, if you want a homemade meal. It's that good.
Okay, I know you guys are like wondering, but how does it taste, right? So how does it compare? Like that chili, when you put that chili in your mouth, and you try that Beyond, how does it compare to, like, let's say, regular chili?
I honestly cannot taste the difference.
Right.
Yeah. And I would get this.
You would. So
On my
you
own,
would
yeah.
order that on your own.
Yeah.
Right. The taste of this quesadilla and the Beyond chili, it's a meaty taste.
Some of this rice.
Yeah, taste some of that rice. You need to water down that chili, right?
With the rice. Yeah.
Yeah, and chili and rice, I mean, that's comfort right there.
Yeah.
But now you can have it without, you know, the guilt, if you will. But this
It's less in calories, right? That's what
yeah,
you're saying?
right.
Yeah.
And this quesadilla, man, it is just savory, but it doesn't like, I don't feel like bogged down, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially sometimes when you eat like chili and rice, like eating a lot of chili will just make you tired. You're gonna get gaggle after you eat it. But this, I feel like ready to go, like I'm ready for another 8-hour workday.
Ready for another meal.
That's it, right on. This is just a warm up. It's been cool, Tomas.
Yeah, no, this is good. I'm definitely gonna get it on my own again.
There you go. So Tomas is happy with the quesadilla. He's happy with the chili. I'm loving this chili. It's Beyond Chili. You can come here to Ruby Tuesday and get it. Tomas, it's been nice having lunch with you.
Yeah, of course. This is my first sit down, so it's great.
I know. Yeah. And we do it every Friday. It's Feed Me Fridays, brought to you by Ruby Tuesday. Again, go beyond, guys. Surprise yourself, huh? Dip into the vegan life, right?
Yep.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
That's all there is. Any more?
Give it a shot. Give it a
You want to
chance.
say chili anymore, or we're good?
No, I'm good.
All right. Okay, so hey, I'm Chris. Tomas, Link fam. This has been Feed Me Fridays. Hasta, adios.
Bye.
It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday, Guam, and
Right
Devondale.
on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is The Link, brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Let's end the show on a good note, shall we, on this Friday?
On a championship-winning, prize-winning note.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Solis, good morning.
Chris, you know what? We have a new friend in the Zoom room now.
We sure do, Jack.
Ladies and gentlemen, Link family, everybody all over the world, allow me to introduce you to Anaya. She's a 7th grader over at Untalan Middle School. And she is the first Guamanian to ever win a prestigious, is it a science prize, Anaya? Because, okay, first of all, just to let everybody know, so you did a study and you were studying water quality in Guam's jungles, correct?
Yes, in Mucuna and in Tata vines.
Okay, so how long were you working on this project? And, of course, the scientific method means that you have to gather data and evaluate it and study it. Like, how long did you actually do the observation?
I think we did the observation for 1 or 2 days, I think. And then we tested it, the day that we collected it.
And when we say like Guam's jungles, of course, like this is home, and like, my favorite color is green because of Guam jungles and everything. But Guam's got so many different jungles. Some are thicker than others. Some are harder to get in and out of and everything. Which jungles were you using as your sample data?
We just went to the jungle behind my house and the jungle behind my grandparents' house.
Okay, and do you mind me asking which village is this?
In Arahan.
Oh, they got good jungles down there. So that's really, really good data. And what was your hypothesis, of course, going into the project and everything like that? What did you think was going to happen, and then what did your collections actually conclude?
I think my hypothesis was that it will indicate the water will be safe to drink, and it will meet the pH levels, TDS, and conductivity. And it after the test, it showed that it was safe to drink, but I think that we should do more tests to really make sure that it's really safe to drink.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even though we love Guam and we're so connected to nature, you might want to think about maybe just taking like a glass and just dipping it in the river or something like that. I mean, I love the South, but I've got roots in the South. My family's, I've got many relatives down there. But of course, when it comes to water quality, you want to make sure that you're doing the right thing so you don't make yourself real sick, right?
I also compared it to EPA water standards, and then I tested it between tap water and bottled water.
Okay, so thanks for bringing that up. So when you compared it to the EPA standards, how far away or how far off was the water quality in its natural state from what the EPA says is safe to drink?
It was within the range.
Okay, so not that far off. So it's actually pretty good. But as an expert, right, as a scientist, because you are, and you're a prize-winning scientist, you would actually still recommend that people do what they can to make sure that the water is, is it purified or just clean to a certain degree?
I wouldn't recommend it until we do some more tests.
Okay. Right, because of course the scientific method, you have to prove it at least a few times to prove that it just wasn't like a fluke or your data repeats itself. A very, very good point. Okay, and now I see why you won the prize. So tell me about that part though. How did you find out, and how long was it after? And then what was your reaction when you found out that you were the first winner from Guam?
So it was, I think, a month after I got the result, and it made me super excited and proud. I was super proud of myself because this was the first time Guam was represented in the Broadcom Masters, and to have placed in the top 300, it was an extreme honor.
And now you advance to an even higher level of competition, right? Because now you're going from the top 300, what is it, the top 30?
I think 20? No, 30, sorry.
So not that far off. Okay. Very, very cool. Okay, so have you published your findings like anywhere? Like, is there a blog or is there like a Facebook page or somewhere where people can see your studies?
Not yet, but I want to.
Okay, very cool. Well, I'm sure as part of the competition, they want to kind of like control all that stuff. But I'm sure, and you are going to win, and the entire island, all 170,000 of us and everything, are really, really rooting for you and your classmates. So all the way down from Inarahan, representing Untalan middle school and everything, 7th grade, Anaya, great things come from very, very bright minds. And we're very, very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so real quick, I'll give you the final word because, like, as they say, to the victor go the spoils. Are there any shout outs you want to give? You want to say, like, hi to any of your classmates that may be watching this, some friends, family?
I just wanted to say hi to my family.
Okay, very cool. So, Anaya, congratulations once again. Have a fantastic weekend. And please, from all of us here at KUM, please stay safe. We wish you and your family the very best.
Yeah, be safe. And good job,
Hi,
Anaya.
Papa.
See ya, day.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right on. That's so cool, Jay.
That is awesome. What have you ever entered a science competition?
Yeah, when I was young.
Really?
Yeah.
I tried to do that thing with, put the straw like
volcano?
underneath. Huh?
Did you try and do the volcano with the baking soda and all?
And I did it wrong, and I wound up swallowing like most of the volcano stuff. Proving why I would never be good at science.
We just go through some KUAM TV. It's been great, though. By the way, it's Friday. We're out. Be safe, guys, on KUAM TV. We're going to continue the show for a couple over here on Facebook Live and on The Breeze. Again, KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Jason. Please, everyone, stay safe. Do the right thing. Stay home if you can. But
yeah,
please.
Especially my Chamorros 18 to 39.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Salud.
Let's get those numbers down, guys. We can do it.
Bree, good job.
Good job.
KUAM TV, está?
Also, real quick.
Yes, thank you, Jay.
Okay. Winner of this week's Uno Go Office Party on Demand, Jonathan Mendiola from Docomo. They're going over to the HQ, and you are going to get a wonderful lunch, you and 14 of your coworkers, from Aji-san Ramen. Also, NFL game today, 10:30. It's going to be the Dallas Cowboys going up against the Bucks, who won the Super Bowl last year. And then tomorrow, 10:30 on KUM TV 8 and TV 11, 9/11 specials.
Right on. Thank you. And don't forget, we're going to be streaming live the 9/11 procession that's happening tomorrow morning, 8:46.
Yep, but we start at 8:30. Yep.
Okay.
And then 8:46 is actually the time when the first plane hit the World Trade Center.
Right on. Guys, again, KUAM TV, está? Adios!
Assistance program. So, with all of this, because this. The One Micronesia Update is presented by Taco Bell and Docomo Pacific. Better together. We're talking about the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. So, with all of this, because this, to some, this is a lot of information. I mean, I saw the brochure. It's amazing, but what's in terms of outreach? Are you guys doing anything with the outreach to the FAS community in terms of the consulate office, the FSM Association? I know we do have the very amazing program, Manietlu and the Micronesian Resource Center.
Yes.
Are you guys doing partnerships with them?
Yeah, we are reaching out. Miss Melinda, who's part of our team, she is now reaching out to the different, MPOs and the nonprofits and also to different ethnic groups so that we can, provide the documentation, provide the brochures, posters. We have collaterals that we want to give out, so that we've already, already printed them out. And then also do, like these little small, Q&As, we're reaching out to the different organizations so that we can go ahead and do that. So to reach out to to reach out to the hard to reach areas and just really get the word out, because, this is an amazing program. The governor and lieutenant governor, when it started back in March, when we got the funding, they're like, it needs to go out immediately. So, we had a small team that just pushed it out. Of course, there was some kinks on the way, and we had to try to work the processes. And this is a brand new program, even nationwide, it's a brand new program. So of course, there was some issues that we had to deal with, but certainly we are now in cycle 3, recognizing that additional services is being sought. So that's why we had the opportunity to add on to like the internet, and then like the security deposits and other relocation costs as well.
So that's amazing. Thank you guys so much. So before we close out here, again, one more time for the people watching right now and really is getting to it, like, oh, let's try this out. Where can people go to contact you guys to get started with the application process and even to inquire about the program?
They can certainly give us a call. Our phone numbers are 638-4518 or 4519. That is the ERA program. We are located at the second floor here at the ITC building, Suite 219, or they can also go into the DOA, the Department of Administration website. That's where you will find the actual application, and then the online application is there as well, and then all of the information pertaining to the program. Again, give us a call, or just visit the website. Everything's there. Apply, and then, we'll see where they're at. And again, we have a really awesome staff here at the ERA program and then also up at accounting. So we're ready to assist.
All right. Well, ladies, thank you so much. This was a lot of information, but you definitely broke it down to literally people and actually understanding what's happening, what the program is, and the program is out there to help people. And it's just not going to discriminate. It's literally going to help people. So it's good.
10:07. Let's jump right into Cover Me. Again, it's a great segment, guys, brought to you by Docomo Pacific and our good friends at Burger King, where they dropped off the Garlic Bacon King yesterday. Bro, dude, man, girl. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Garlicky, bacony, Whoppery. All right. Don't forget Whopper Wednesday. You go to Whopper Burger King drive-thru, you get a Whopper, and you say, I love the Whopper. And they're going to give you another one for free. Okay, it's 10:08. Again, it's Cover Me. Good morning.
Masaya azul, magawati bonito. No maude e no pagu. No maude e no pagu. No maude e